Right, welcome everybody to this afternoon's strategic planning. I'll just remind people first about phones, if you can either switch them off or put them on silent. Membership of the committee. Councillor Lyons, you're here for Charles Crewe. Thanks. Right, minutes of the previous meeting, can we agree on? Right, declarations of interest. I'll start with Councillor Sokol.
Chair, I only got a couple of emails from on application in the Home Park High School. Nothing else to declare. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've had numerous representations about item 15 over a fairly long period, and I've made it very clear that I can't offer a view one way or the other until the application actually comes to committee. Like others, I will have been lobbied on item 11. I've noted that. No further comments.
None, Chair. Lobbied on item 11, Chair.
Yeah, same item 11, received an email, and also been lobbied on item 14, no action taken.
No action taken. Right, this is a public meeting, there's no yellow paper, so hopefully we should be able to get through, no problem. Item 5, any public questions?
No questions, Chair.
Item 6, deputations, petitions.
No deputations or petitions.
Thank you. Item 7, site visits. This morning we paid a site visit to Halifax Road, Dewsbury, for the new police station. And item 8, site visit to Unsworth Lane, Cleckheaton. This is a statement at the end of the meeting. Item 10, first planning application. This is at Halifax Road, Dewsbury. Proposal is for a new police station. Kate.
Thank you, Chair. We're there. That's it. Back to start. Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Kate Mansell, one of the group leaders within Development Management and the case officer for this application. So this is item 10 on the agenda, a full planning application for the demolition of part of the former Kirklees College site on Halifax Road in Dewsbury and the construction of a new headquarters building for West Yorkshire Police. This slide shows the red line boundary and the extent of the application. It lies to the east of Halifax Road. It is bounded by Stonefield Street to the north, Pyra Street to the east, and Carlton Road to the south. As members will have seen this morning, the surrounding area is predominantly residential. The dotted lines on this plan show the extent of buildings that would be demolished as part of this application. The block outlined in blue is the main part of the old Royd building, which is to be retained and converted. The slide on the left is an aerial view of the site from 2018, which shows the extent of development currently across the site. The slide on the right shows the extent of the Northfields Conservation Area. The Old Roy building lies within it, and the front part of the site is adjacent to the conservation area. The building highlighted in blue is the former Grade 2 listed Dewsbury Infirmary. The site is not allocated for any specific use within the Kirklees local plan. This application is therefore considered on its individual merits. Most members visited the site this morning. However, the top left image of this slide shows Halifax Road with the frontage of the Old Royd building and the main college building. The top left is a view down Carlton Road. The bottom two images are views of Stonefield Street. The left image is at the junction with Halifax Road with the Masonic Hall on the right, and the right image is further down the road. The proposal will provide a new police headquarters for the district. This site plan highlights the key elements to the scheme. The Old Royd building is largely retained and converted principally into office space. To make it functional for modern office purposes, some later additions will be removed from the rear and a contemporary extension would be added to the side to provide core office facilities. A single-storey front-of-house building would be constructed facing Halifax Road. This would provide a public entrance and reception area to the station. Behind that would be the custody suite, which would be a double-height building accommodating 30 cells. And then to the rear of the site is a multi-storey car park providing space for 200 cars and 8 motorcycles. There are other areas of car parking within the site, including a surface car park adjacent to Carlton Road and also on Pyra Street, which members saw this morning, to give a total provision of 285 spaces. There would be 2 points of access into the facility. From Stonefield Street, a new access and egress would be created. The western junction would allow for both entry and exit, with an eastern junction providing an exit only. This entrance would be primarily for deliveries, waste collection, and some operational vehicles serving the custody suite, and a small number of parking bays. It would accommodate less than 30% of vehicle movements across the site, and the remainder of site traffic would use the access onto Carlton Road. The access onto Stonefield Street has to be an access and egress arrangement for the security of the police station. It means that any unauthorised vehicle arriving at the station could be turned away safely for the safety of both members of the police and the public, and there is sufficient space for servicing provision. Details of traffic generation associated with the development are fully detailed in the report. It would be a 24-hour operation, so there would be a shift system in operation, which is also detailed in the report. Consequently, traffic generation levels would be spread out across the day and night and would generally avoid the typical traffic peaks in the locality. There would be peaks around 6 to 7:30 a.m. and then around 4 p.m. Additionally, parking is strictly controlled on site. Staff are told whether they have a permit to park in advance, and if they don't, they know they will not get a space and will need to make alternative arrangements. This might include car share and parking one of the car parks in the area where capacity has been identified, or using public transport. There is a bus stop outside the site, and Dewsbury train station is about half a mile away, so about a 10-minute walk. Like many employers, West Yorkshire Police have increased their hybrid working arrangements, with more capacity for staff to work from home. There is also a condition seeking a full travel plan as part of this permission. It would include the appointment of a travel plan coordinator and clear targets to encourage more staff to travel by means other than the private car. This slide shows you the building as it would look in relation to the Old Royd building. The extension in particular would be carefully detailed with the use of recessed brick patterns, deep reveals and varied interventions of glazing and metal panels, which would add depth and detail. This is another slide showing the new building in context and how the building would relate to the Old Royd building in particular. Officers have spent a great deal of time discussing materials with the applicants. At the current time, the construction industry is experiencing significant supply chain issues. So in reality, agreeing a specific material can be very difficult at this time because something we agree now may not be available at the time they are ready for construction. For the most part, the applicant is looking to construct the core extension, the custody block and the reception area in a combination of brick and high-quality cladding panels. Whilst we have not agreed the specific brick, The purpose of this slide is to show how brick can be used successfully in a sensitive context. The slide on the left is the Cambridge University building. Top right is Timekeeper Square in Salford, and bottom right is an office building for the Imperial War Museum. Different contexts, but they all show how brick can be used to great effect with the right level of window reveals and detailing. A condition is proposed requiring samples of materials to be submitted for consideration at the appropriate time, so it will be controlled in this way. The final slide relates to the proposed changes to the residents' parking bays on Stonefield Street, which has been a concern locally. The new access arrangements will require the removal of approximately 44 metres of permit parking, which is equivalent to about 7 spaces. However, you can see that on the yellow on this plan. The new access arrangements will also replace approximately 23 metres, which is the area in green, which is about 3 to 4 spaces. So there is a loss of about 3 to 4 spaces overall. However, there will be additional provision on Pyra Street, albeit around the corner. The removal and replacement of permit parking is subject to a traffic regulation order process that sits outside the planning process. Because this has been an issue locally, the applicant was asked to undertake parking surveys to understand the current use of parking bays on Stonefield Street and surrounding streets. This is detailed in the report at paragraphs 10.38 to 10.41. In essence, the survey showed available spaces throughout the period of the survey, which reinforced what our own officers had also observed. It's therefore considered that the proposed alterations to the parking arrangements would be sufficient for the current demand for parking on Stonefield Street, even without the additional provision of spaces on Pyra Street. Turning to other issues, a technical appraisal of the application with regard to matters such as flood risk and drainage, biodiversity, heritage impacts, ground conditions, noise and air quality is fully detailed in the report before you. These matters are considered to have been sufficiently addressed, subject to conditions. It is therefore recommended that approval of the application be delegated to the Head of Planning in order to complete the list of conditions, including those set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
First speaker that we've got is Claire Plant. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. You'll hear shortly from West Yorkshire Police's District Commander for Kirklees regarding the importance of the scheme in terms of policing in the district. I won't repeat the points that she'll be making, but members will be aware of paragraph 97B of the MPPF, which encourages local authorities to support development proposals that promote public safety and security, such as this. The site's currently vacant and all of the buildings on site, except for the old Roy building, are of post-war construction and lie outside of the conservation area. It's often challenging in our experience to find alternative uses for such sites and buildings, and the proposals offer a strong opportunity to enhance the site and ensure its long-term maintenance. The scheme consolidates a range of current policing operations in the district from both Dewsbury and Huddersfield police stations within a single modern facility. A large proportion of staff based on site will be daytime support services, including services to members of the public, and nighttime activities will be limited to those required to maintain operational police services. As part of the application, we've been liaising with both officers and local residents to ensure that the proposals are appropriate for the area. There are a number of comments we've received supporting the general principle of a police station in this location and the additional security it will bring. We are aware of some concerns raised by residents, as covered in the officer's report, and West Yorkshire Police are committed to being a good neighbour in this area, and there'll be a management system in place to ensure that if the application is approved. In highways terms, officers have confirmed that the proposals are acceptable. This includes taking account of the local mosque, Masonic Hall and local schools, which have all been highlighted by local residents. The modelling that we've undertaken models a worst-case scenario, so in effect it assumes all currently vacant positions will be taken by officers and that no one would be on holiday or working from home, which in reality is overstating the possible movements from the site. Nevertheless, based on these figures, it's been found to be acceptable in highways terms. We've also undertaken extensive parking surveys, as you've heard from officers, and there will be no one based on site that would be eligible for a permit to park in the local area, so that will be carefully managed. The design of the scheme has been carefully evolving through the application process to ensure that it takes account of neighbouring residential properties, and we've undertaken daylight and sunlight testing to ensure that there's no detrimental impact in that respect. We'll also have a construction management plan in place which has already been submitted to officers, which will deal with construction period matters such as noise and working hours. Finally, the proposals in our view represent a sustainable development on a brownfield vacant site and will provide security both locally and within the wider district. The scheme will provide a number of benefits, including enhanced police facilities, visual enhancement to the site, the long-term preservation of a building in the conservation area and biodiversity enhancements. And on this basis, we'd ask members to support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Next speaker we have by phone, and it's Julie Sykes.
Just give me a moment.
Afternoon, Julie, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Right, you're 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. As many people know, both Dewsbury and Huddersfield police stations are at the end of their functional life and not really fit for modern day policing. But why this site? Well, it's been a long journey, 15 years in total. Starting in 2006, the force initiated a project to deliver a new district headquarters for Kirklees at the same time as ones for Leeds and Wakefield districts. In 2008, after 2 years searching for a development site in Kirklees, no suitable sites were identified. This resulted in the force making the decision to pause the project. This was not the case for Leeds and Wakefield districts, who had state-of-the-art facilities delivered in 2013 and 14. In 2016, the force reinstated the Kirklees new district headquarters project. A key objective of the project at this time was to have the district headquarter within or on the inner ring road of Huddersfield. The initial site search resulted in very limited options. In fact, only one was deemed fit for purpose. However, West Yorkshire Police were unable to acquire this site. As a result, the geographic area considered for the new premises was expanded considerably. Between 2016 and 2020, 34 sites across Kirklees for various sizes, locations were assessed, including a number that were owned and put forward by Kirklees Council. To assess the impact of moving the district headquarters out of Huddersfield, demand mapping assessments have been completed. This work has confirmed that incident demand is pretty much split equally between Huddersfield and Dewsbury. The former college campus on Halifax Road is the only site available to West Yorkshire Police which meets the project's objectives, can accommodate the required build and functional spaces, and is deliverable from the total list of 34 identified as part of the whole district search. This site has got great transport connectivity. It's located very close to one of the two major towns in Kirklees and presents an economic benefit to the town of Dewsbury, with an additional 200 plus police officers and staff who will be working in the area as a result of the proposed redevelopment of the former college site. Having to retain Huddersfield and Dewsbury Police Station beyond their economic life will result in significant increase in expenditure from the public purse just to keep the buildings open. Future innovations and advances that benefit sustainability cannot be facilitated adequately. For example, the use of electronic vehicles due to limitation of space available. As the commander of Kirklees, I'm in direct competition with 4 other districts when recruiting experienced and skilled officers and staff. A good working environment, general provision of welfare facilities and amenities play a large part in an individual's decision to move or remain in their district. New facilities in Kirklees, which will at very least be on par with other districts, will be a key in ensuring that I attract and retain officers who want to work here and make a difference to our local communities. The new district headquarters will provide facilities for community groups and partners to hold meetings, and the development will bring a high police visibility to the area, improving safety and security for residents. You've already heard we are absolutely committed to being good neighbours, and we will develop a neighbourhood group for long-term benefit of the neighbourhood. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ms. It's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nobody raising hand. I thought I say a few words. Thank you. Yeah, Chair, I've been on the site visit this morning, and I had a look around this building and look around the streets around the building, which we had some few objections. Yeah, especially on the Hope Street, Hope Lane, yeah. But I know that some people put a objection, they might be busy travel, they're clashing with the traffic going, some parents taking children to mosque. But I don't see much problem over there because the police always very careful, yeah, to keep the street traffic clear, yeah. Two access from the Halifax Road. The one is Carlton Road. I don't see any problem on that because it's a bit wider and right on the level. But second one on Stonefield access. I got some concern. I think we need to improve that top end with junction by Halifax Road because sight lines or there is a bit, I think it need to work on that to improve it. Much better access to the going in and out. Here, I'm reading a paragraph on page 13, but I might be wrong, I don't know. This would be, this is the brick, the construction in brick. What's the meaning? Is the construction and brick is the internal brick. They're using an internal or outside brick. I'm thinking outside must be a natural stone material. So I'm not sure. So officer can explain to me. Other thing, Chair, on page 15, right on top, two line where you say additional small visitor park are providing 3 spaces access from Halifax Road. I think 3 spaces per visitor is not good enough. There might be more than that or none at all. The visitors should park in the main car park, yeah, or they provide more. Last one, Chair. When the building will be completed, which I be thinking in 2024, I want to see double yellow line on the main road or near there. I know police officers still don't care about double yellow lines. I've seen in the Huddersfield police station. If you go on Albion Street, I've seen this morning, they're parking their cars on the pavement where the double yellow are parking in other area. So I don't want to see happening in Dewsbury new police station. Yeah. Should be very strictly put some condition on there. Finally, Mr. Chair, I think it's a good proposal to have a police station in Dewsbury. It will remove the old building, concrete building, and put a new life in the very historic building, built in 1989, I've written here, and so keep the building going on. So on this these are my comments. I see what the other members say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the site visit this morning was really quite valuable, I thought, and we walked all the way around the site, so we've got a pretty good idea of the whole aspect of it. One thing you will notice when you do that is the slopes, and to be perfectly honest, this isn't this isn't the first kind of site that you would think about when looking for this kind of use. But then that part of Dewsbury, you can't do anything about the hills. They are where they are. One of the things that I'm sort of slightly concerned about is the appearance of any new buildings that are put on this site. And yes, I realise that a large part of this site is not actually in the conservation area that exists mainly on the other side of Halifax Road. However, listening to the presentation by Kate, the commitment of the applicants to having a high quality development is fairly obvious, even though they can't specifically say what materials might well be available when they come to build it. But I do think one of the aspects of this is the multi-storey car park, which some thought should be given to, how can I put it, softening the appearance. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Patterson. Disguising the appearance of a multi-storey car park in some way, so that it potentially can fit within a conservation area. I stress it's not actually within the conservation area, but I think it ought to do something to respect that, because building for the future, you want to have a building that could well become part of a conservation area, not just the old building part of it. There's just one other query that I did cross my mind, and it was mentioned in the presentation at the beginning, and that is the mix of officers working from home and in the office. To what extent is this building future-proofed? Because that may possibly change in the future. Could the police authority, the police service, deal with potential changes in that term? And I mean, I'm assuming that we're talking about a headquarters for the whole of Kirklees here, not just the Dewsbury part of it. So we are talking about possible large movements in staff working from home or in the office. I don't think it would invalidate support for the site, although I just have this nagging thought about it, where it is, being fairly well outside the town centre, might not be accessible to some people who want to walk into a police station. How many of those there are, I have no idea, but I'll just leave it at that, I think. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just after a bit of clarification, really. It's been mentioned that it would be Kirklees headquarters. Is this actually going to be a replacement for both Huddersfield and Dewsbury station? Because however you look at it, it's quite a long way from certain parts of South Kirklees, and I'm just, I've got a concern that if Huddersfield station completely goes, and that's where the replacement is, it's a long way to get up to some areas in Valley. So just a bit of clarification on that, please.
Sorry, I forgot I had to press the button. On the whole, I am very happy with this scheme. I feel that there's plenty of adequate parking on the site, considering that, and I believe, I won't answer Councillor Bellamy's question, but I do believe it does replace both current stations in Dewsbury and Huddersfield, and considering the reason the police all park on the pavement in Huddersfield is because they've got no parking whatsoever. So I am happy that the parking arrangements here are certainly sufficient, and I don't feel that will impinge on local roads at any particular time. I do agree with Councillor Pinnock that the multi-storey car park, if at all possible, should be disguised or as much as possible so that it doesn't look like a multi-storey car park. But I do also feel that the opportunity for the new build on the site, along with the multi-storey car park, gives an opportunity to create something that actually looks quite good. I don't feel we should try and emulate necessarily. I think we should have something in keeping rather than emulating all the buildings around it. And therefore, I think it should be easier to, let's say, disguise the multi-storey car park. I'm quite happy with brick again, as long as it is, as I say, in keeping, as opposed to. I don't feel we need to emulate the stone. I think brick would be a good quality brick, and in the right colour would be great, and it gives some opportunities for some good design. So I'm really happy with that. I'm slightly worried I'm only worried in as far as I didn't actually look at it myself on the site visit this morning. The sight lines coming out of Stonefield Street. But I think perhaps we could have some assurances on whether or not those are acceptable. But other than that, I'm happy actually to move this application and accept the officer's recommendations.
Okay.
I'll start with Councillor Bellamy's point. I think we're straying slightly outside of planning. The intention is it would be a relocation for Huddersfield and Dewsbury, but the police would say they're retaining a base in Huddersfield town centre anyway, but it won't be as a police station. I think that's obviously a point for West Yorkshire's police to manage rather than sort of looking at the planning application. Going back to the point about the junction, there is a scheme to improve visibility at the junction of Halifax Road and Stonefield Street, and it is condition 7 requires a detailed scheme. That includes points such as relocating the bus stop, so there will be a mechanism in place to do that. I think we have talked about materials. It is proposed they would use brick as the external material, and the purpose of showing you the slides was to say you can use brick effectively if it's detailed properly, and that's what we'd be seeking to do. Just looking on Street View, there is actually double yellow lines on Halifax Road in front of the building already, so that should pick up that point. The point about the multi-storey car park, yes, it does have the functional appearance of a multi-storey car park. It will use the same materials, so it will tie together the brick and the cladding, so it will become sort of one with the other buildings. We did talk to them about using a green wall, but actually it's not practical. We're not allowed to for fire regulations. We checked that out with building regs. That they concurred with that view. So I think in terms of the setting of the conservation area, the multi-storey car park is very set in within the site. So I think looking down Carlton Road, you wouldn't actually see it in the same context as sort of viewed from the conservation area. So from our point of view, we thought that was acceptable, particularly taking into account what was already on the site. The point about future-proofing, there is a travel plan. I think the staff that work from home tend to be the more admin, operational staff. There will still be a need to have a custody suite and have those office facilities going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Any more? So far we've just got one mover. Councillor Pinnock.
I will second it, Chair.
Right. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. We'll go to a vote. That's it.
So you don't need to put your microphones on for the vote. They'll be done automatically. You're voting on the officer recommendation to approve. Delegate authority to approve. Councillor Bellamy?
Against?
Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Lyons?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
For.
Councillor Patterson?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Hall?
For.
That's carried, Chair.
Right. Next item's on page 49.
Just give a few minutes, couple of minutes so we can get people from the section.
Yeah. And we'll just have a minute's break while people come in from the reception room.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm Christopher Carroll and I am the Senior Planning Officer in the Majors team dealing with this planning application at item 11. Next slide. This is a full planning application for the formation of an artificial grass pitch with associated features including 8 15-metre high floodlights, fencing up to 4.5 metres, pedestrian circulation, an access route, vehicle maintenance and emergency access with Springwood Road, erection of store, grass mounds, retaining structures and landscaping works at the grass playing fields associated with Holmfirth High School in Holmfirth. The planning application was presented and deferred at the 26th of August 2021 Strategic Planning Committee. Paragraph 1.3 at page 50 of the committee report details the reasons for deferral. In effect, members sought further information and clarification regarding the proposed parking provision, the appropriateness of the drainage strategy, details of the community use, costs for the users of the facility and clarification of the times of operation. The applicant has subsequently provided a planning support addendum, a travel plan and a parking management plan, as well as information in response to a number of representations received. For the benefit of members, I shall briefly summarise the proposal. As shown in this slide, is situated within an established settlement of Thongs Bridge, sited between Springwood Road to the north, the bridges to the northwest and the school buildings and Hayes Road to the southwest. Houses can be found along these roads. In addition, a co-op and takeaway stores can be found beyond the site's northern boundary. Next slide. These images show how the site relates to Springwood Road. They show how the school's grass playing field is set on higher grounds to the road and how the school buildings are in turn set on higher ground to the field and the road. The images show the field is denoted from the road by a boundary stone wall. It is open in places and partially enclosed by a mature tree belt. Next slide. The top images show some of the nearest properties to the site at Springwood Road. The bottom left and right images show the relationship of some of the properties at the bridges, which are set on higher ground to these properties above the railway cutting. The bottom middle image shows the main vehicular access point that would be utilised at Hayes Road. All of the surrounding properties will be located at approximately 50 metres away from the proposed artificial grass pitch facility. Next slide. As shown in this slide, the proposal would consist of the replacement of an existing school playing field with an artificial grass pitch and associated features. It is understood that the current grass pitch is mainly used by school pupils, with the occasional use by local community football teams. The purpose of this proposal is to provide a high-quality sports facility that can be used by school pupils and local community and sports groups throughout the day and year. To ensure that the artificial grass pitch can successfully serve its local community, it has been designed in accordance with the Football Association guidelines for artificial grass sports pitches. Therefore, the design is typical of such facilities that are usually found on school and sports grounds throughout the country. It is proposed that the users of the artificial grass pitch shall use the existing access to the existing car parking areas within the school grounds, which total around 212 parking spaces. Members must note that the 21-space car park shown on the north does not form part of this planning application, which has recently been given approval under another planning application. This proposal is not reliant on this facility. As the site forms part of a school playing field, it is designated within the local plan as an urban green space. As highlighted in paragraphs 10.1 to 10.10 at pages 65 and 68 of the Planning Committee report, officers consider that it has been demonstrated that a new artificial grass pitch is equivalent or better in quantity and quality in terms of the pitch provision that would be lost. In addition, weight can be attributed to the current shortfall of high-quality artificial grass pitches within the Kirklees rural west area, and that this proposal would represent a significant investment in the provision of a high-quality sports facility for the district, not to also mention the associated health benefits. As shown in this slide, the school can still accommodate school sports. As shown in this slide, the school can still accommodate summer sports that cannot be accommodated on the artificial grass pitch, such as athletics, rounders, and by utilising the other sports fields known locally as Little Wembley and located at Stonybank Lane. As outlined in paragraphs 10.75 to 10.76 of the committee report, in response to several reasons for deferral, the applicant has provided information demonstrating how, when and who will use the facility. This information also outlines the proposed costs for the interested users of the facility. As outlined in paragraph 10.77 of the report, Sport England and the Kirklees Council Sport and Physical Activity have reviewed this information and has positively responded to it, subject to securing further details by planning condition, which is common for these types of applications. Therefore, subject to the imposition of planning conditions, officers consider that the principle of development would accord with the local planning policies. Furthermore, Sports England consider the proposal to satisfy their requirements and the National Planning Policy Framework. These images are taken from the supporting design and access statement and show the appearance of the proposed features, including fencing, barriers, floodlighting and artificial grass carpet. Officers consider that these features would aid in the successful use, management and security of the facility, and due to their design would not have any adverse impact on the visual or residential amenity in accordance with local plan policy LP 24. As shown in these images, the proposal will be sited in close proximity, including from neighbouring properties, such as at the bridges and at Springwood Road, and at some elevated positions in the local landscape. The school buildings would primarily screen majority of the facility from the south due to them being on higher ground. Views of the pitch from further north would be restricted by numerous woodland areas. This indicative image is representative of a worst-case scenario taken from the north at Thurston Land Bank Road between two intervening woodland areas. Officers consider that it demonstrates where the facility is visible, it will be seen in context with the school buildings and the settlement in the background. As such, officers do not consider that there would be any adverse impact on the understanding of the local landscape character. The proposed floodlighting is considered necessary to generate the local community use of the facility, particularly in the evening hours. The proposed lighting has specification that has been designed in accordance with the Football Association guidance and consists of 8 15-metre high lighting columns using 16 Philips Optivision LED floodlights to achieve an average of 200 lux. This slide shows how the proposal would utilise integral louvre technology that concentrates the light onto the sports pitches and significantly reduces the horizontal and vertical spillage during the use of the pitch. As a result, supporting information explains how the bridges would experience no light spill, whilst the trees and the properties on Springwood Road would experience between 0.5 and 1.31 lux of luminance, which is below the 5 lux threshold as recommended within the Institute of Lighting Professional Guidance. Furthermore, 1 lux is the minimum lighting level which would normally be expected on a minor or a state road. As such, officers do not consider any objections to the proposed lighting scheme subject to the necessary planning conditions. Next slide. This image is taken from the noise impact assessment and shows the predicted average outdoor noise levels of the pitch over an hour period. It shows no neighbouring properties would fall within the 50 decibel to 100 decibel range, which is considered by the World Health Organisation to be where moderate to serious annoyance occurs. Environmental health officers initially raised concerns regarding the noise from raised voices and ball strike sounds on fencing. However, it is considered that these issues can now be satisfactorily resolved with the imposition of planning conditions securing a noise management plan, pitch perimeter fencing fixtures and hours of use conditions, as detailed in paragraphs 10.23 to 10.37 of the committee report. Flood risk and drainage were another reason for deferral. The site is considered to be within a low flood risk area. Officers acknowledge that the committee members have recently been sent numerous images of flooding on Springwood Road. Yorkshire Water have been investigating the drainage issues on Springwood Road. This is not a capacity issue and the proposed drainage strategy does not connect into this system. The sewer has suffered a series of blockages and they are due to attend for a third time shortly. Overall, officers consider that the local flooding in this area is proven to be at different locations and from different sources, as highlighted in paragraphs 10.55 of the committee report. This slide also includes a 2018 aerial image which the arrows show a herringbone pattern within the field. As detailed in 10.56 of the committee report, it is believed that this is evidence of a series of herringbone drains that feed into an old soakaway to the northeast of the site. It is considered that due to age that these herringbone drainage pipes may be silted up and are likely to have a reduced flow as the inspection chamber was dry upon inspection. However, it is considered that this is not a contributing factor to the flooding incidents on Springwood Road. The system will be replaced by an artificial grass pitch of porous construction with attenuation proposed within the pitch subbase and the soakaway chamber to the northwest of the pitch. As such, this proposal would accord with the drainage hierarchy as detailed in paragraph 10.57 of the committee report and would result in an improvement in the site's drainage infrastructure with due consideration of the climate change events. No objection has been raised by the lead local flood authority subject to conditions for a finalised soakaway design and securing a management and maintenance regime. Another reason for deferral was the proposed parking provision. A draft car parking management plan has now been provided that now clearly shows how 212 car parking spaces can be made available within the school grounds for the users of the proposed artificial grass pitch, as well as for the Little Wembley facility. Officers consider that it has now been demonstrated that there is sufficient existing on-site car parking within the school grounds to accommodate the necessary parking demand associated with the artificial grass pitch. Highways Development Management have raised no objections to the proposal subject to securing a final car parking management plan. In conclusion, it is considered that the necessary information has now been provided to address the reasons for deferral. There are no objections from statutory consultees or from any other council officers. Subject to agreeing to the necessary planning conditions, officers recommend approval of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Right, first speaker is Mark Young. You've got 3 minutes, starting from now.
My wife and I live at number 48 Springwood Road. From our kitchen window, we have a clear, direct view of half the pitch of the proposed AGP, which will be approximately 50 metres away. I have sent photos of this view to the committee members. Presently, at weekends, we can hear the young children, with only 22 or so players, playing football from inside our house and from in our front and back and side gardens. And the shouting of the coaches is already an issue. We can also hear shouting from the artificial pitch, which is already there, approximately 200 metres away. Please imagine what the noise will be like for us and our near neighbours if 50 or more players, plus their coaches, use the pitch on evenings and weekends. The shouting and the noise of balls bouncing off fences, etc., will be massively increased, and this is deeply worrying for our mental health and quiet enjoyment of our property. You don't need to be a noise expert to appreciate that. The officer's report mentions KC Environmental Health, saying that, quotes, noise from the pitch will be significantly above ambient noise levels, even more so in the evenings, and are therefore likely to be highly noticeable and have a significant likelihood to cause a loss of amenity to nearby neighbours, end of quotes. Despite the reduced opening hours, I think this is still the case, bearing in mind that usage is proposed to be maximised. I understand there could be 60 cars arriving and leaving the site hourly on an evening and weekends from all directions. Hayes Road is narrow and with off-street parking. Myrie Lane is always parked up and has traffic bottlenecks. Springwood Road is notorious locally for traffic and parking problems and still has no double yellow lines. I submit that the local road traffic infrastructure is creaking at the seams and is likely to be made worse. Climate change is happening now. What were once in 30-year extreme weather events are happening much more often. I am very worried that the proposed drainage measures will be insufficient to cope with these events. In the planning officer's report's conclusion, it says officers consider the proposed development would be a design that would have an adverse visual effect on landscape character, and that the effect of noise and light spillage would not be harmful on neighbouring amenities. Sorry? I profoundly disagree, as do many written objectors, and many more have emailed objections. Is that 3 minutes? All right.
Next speaker is Karen Franklin.
Hello. Hi. So I'm here today. I wish to strongly object on the basis that this amounts to privatisation of a community facility. It is now solely funded by the schools, so any suggestion that their design criteria, such as late hours or bright floodlights, are no longer true. The local people have not been consulted fairly by the school, and no attempts to communicate, discuss or alleviate their concerns have been made. The main concerns of local people relate to road use and safety, noise, lighting and the soak-away scheme. Regarding roads and safety, there will be up to 120 cars actually arriving and leaving every hour, and this will lead to congestion and its inherent problems on mainly single-file roads, as I showed you. An exacerbation of the current drop-off and pick-up problems will take place, and these are already suffered by the locals, but now until 9 o'clock at night, all day Saturday and most of Sunday. There are no continuous footpaths to the school from any direction. There is no decent cycling routes. There are poor bus links and there are no rail links to this AGP site. So how can this meet planning criteria? Regarding noise, Kirklees Environmental Health have identified that the predicted noise levels are derived from dissimilar pitches. These pitches have 12 to 50 users at a time, whereas this AGP clearly plans to have up to 100 users and over 60 users most of the time. The extra traffic noise is disregarded completely, and Environmental Health have themselves recognised that residents will be subjected to prolonged periods of noise associated with team sports activities, e.g. shouting, whistles and fence rattling. The predicted noise levels are unacceptably above current background levels, and this is yet another planning criteria that is broken. The local residents know that this is a loss of their amenity. The proposed floodlights are 15-metre high poles are completely unnecessary and 3 times the British standards expected, well outside of planning criteria. And finally, flooding. The proposal is to use a rainwater holding tank with a soakaway into a railway cutting. It is unacceptable. Photos that I have distributed show the land stratification near the location of the tank. It is millstone grit and it does not retain water. The testing carried out only confirms my point. 6 holes were dug, 4 were unable to yield results, and the remaining 2 were used. Unbelievable. Please protect the local community. Do not leave us in the hands of management plans, complaints procedures, and the 20...
I'll just remind people it's 3 minutes, and when I say 3 minutes, I mean 3 minutes, not 3.5. Lauren Potts is next.
And I oppose the proposed AGP plan. If this plan gets approval, it will have a significant negative impact on the direct neighbours to the school. A FIFA standard AGP will certainly increase traffic volume in the evenings, increase light pollution, increase noise pollution. I believe a possible increase of flood risk and detrimental impact on mental health and well-being of local residents is highly likely. At present, residents have to put up with inconsiderate drivers, speeding drivers, poor parking, horns sounding, drives being blocked, flooding properties from insubstantial drainage, floodlights shining into properties, men urinating around the existing all-weather pitch, youths jumping the fence to play late into the evenings, drivers doing donuts in the school entrance, exhaust popping and loud, litter from the school and children and the general public. When COVID hit, it became extremely evident just how much noise and disturbance happens due to the traffic volume and the inconsiderate drivers. The peace and quiet was amazing, and it was so beneficial. At this difficult time, the noise is bearable for most residents because it calms down soon after 6:30 p.m. and residents can get some peace and quiet for a few hours before bedtime. This quiet time is invaluable. Please do not take this away from us hard-working families and people who have lived on these roads for more than 50 years. For those living closest to the school entrance and the all-weather pitch, however, disturbance continues into the night, with boy racers showing off their skills and youngsters jumping the fence to play. Unfortunately, the school, as far as I am aware, does nothing to prevent or police this. Many properties have gardens, and these are places to relax and unwind. COVID has certainly reminded us that it's extremely important and beneficial to do so. My garden kept me sane, and this development threatens this. In my previous house, I lived next to a Sunday League football pitch, and I know how much traffic, noise, mess and foul language was generated. I moved to Holmfirth to escape that environment. Vehicles are often parked on pavements and stop the flow of traffic. This is dangerous to cycles and pedestrians, and it causes difficulties for vehicles to pass. Double-decker buses and heavy goods vehicles often use Springwood Road, and the route is a very, very busy one. Pavements are not continuous, they are narrow. People have to cross it often, and it's almost impossible to pass with social distancing in mind. Traffic's at its greatest volume between 7:30 to 9 in the morning and 3:45 to 6:30 in the afternoon. If the plan goes ahead, traffic will be increased at crossover time, 6 p.m, 7 p.m, and 8 p.m, essentially meaning residents will in future have a much noisier and busier road into their evenings. Thank you.
Is Councillor Donald Firth.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Right. Once again, here we are discussing this planning application, the formation of an artificial grass pitch, etc. There are 8 15-metre lighting columns with 16 luminaire light emitting diodes, which are quite bright and will certainly light the sky up around that area. There's an emergency access which they've decided to go into Springwood Road. Number one, it was deferred actually on the 26th of August was this situation for further discussions. Well, I've gone through all the paperwork and I can't find much alterations to what the discussions were on the 26th of August. I would like to thank the council for the photographs they've shown of where it's likely to be. If I hadn't have been born round there and knew roughly where everything was, I wouldn't have thought I was anywhere near Hayes Road. There was hardly a property on there to see. So, you know, it pretty well done, crafty photographs that. Highways, flood risk. Yesterday afternoon at about 3 o'clock, flooding down Springwood Road, sewage all over the place for umpteenth time. I had to ring Yorkshire Water up. Fortunately, I got through to them within a quarter of an hour, and they were going to send somebody. They were going to let me know, but obviously, like everything else, nobody says what they're going to do. Or they say what they're going to do and they don't do it. Environmental health had objections. Suddenly, they've no objections. Why? Because nothing's really changed. They're still overshadowing, it's unacceptable for amenity properties, residential amenity properties. It's just not right, and I feel sorry for the people who have to live there, because this has been going on, parking down Springwood Road with the little Wembley. We've had 2-3 years of that. And it's generally down to me to go on a Saturday morning, whether it's raining or sun shining, to try and shift these people who have parked outside other people's drives, blocking driveways. And if the elderly people come out, there are a few elderly people down Springwood Road, they get abused, they get sworn at. And the people, I have actually had an email from somebody who lives at the Bridges. Those were houses that were built probably 2.5 years ago. They were passed by this council. Really nice houses, nice people live there. But unfortunately, when they're playing in the pictures that there is now, the swearing and carrying on takes place, and some of the men they urinate through the fence onto the gardens of those properties. That is not acceptable. Nothing is acceptable down there. The roads are too narrow. They're so narrow, the roads down there, they can't put a white line in because they're too narrow to put a white line in. It's no good officers saying it's okay. I want to know how many officers have been up there to have a look. I really do, because I sometimes wonder if I'm living in a different planet to them. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, they've got a playing field up there. Why do they want something else? Is it because Sheffield FA want them to have it? I don't know. I'm told if something to do with it, and I'm told 2 days later they've nothing to do with it, so I don't understand what's going on. But I do know the times that they've got down here, 9 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, proposed times from 1st of October to 31st of March, Tuesday 9 o'clock to 2100 hours, Wednesday 9 o'clock to 2100 hours, Thursday 9 o'clock to 2100 hours, Friday 9 o'clock to 1900 hours, Saturday 9 o'clock to 1700 hours, Sunday 9 o'clock to 1400 hours. Close bank holidays. Well, I do think it's a good job we have bank holidays because they drive these people crackers with all those opening times. And you've got to remember, this is an area where there's a lot of residential properties. People pay good money for those properties. And let's be fair, if it does go ahead, the value of those properties will definitely drop. Nobody will want to go live there because there's nobody going to live there with all that noise and carry on and all those floodlights and things like that going on till 9 o'clock at night. It didn't initially start and went to 10 o'clock, but it's been dropped to 9 o'clock. So, end of the story is, you know, I am certainly not impressed with this. I'm one of the objectors. They can put me down as an objector because I am an objector and I do object to people's lives being messed about with and the quality of life. There's a lot of elderly people living around there. And there's a lot of quality people and quality properties as well that they've paid good money for, which, quite honestly, I bet they wish they'd sell them and go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by sharing Councillor Donald Firth's thoughts on the photographs that were presented. I'm really quite disturbed by that because those photographs made it look as though it was in the middle of rural countryside. I would expect that kind of thing from an applicant, but not from a case officer. So I'm very disappointed about that. It is in fact, the school is in fact stuck in the middle of a large residential area, and it would have been nice to show the true pictures. Anyway, I shall now go on to say what I want to say. I'm really disappointed in this because the deferral gave the applicant the opportunity to address the concerns of the residents of the neighbouring properties in terms of light pollution, noise and noise late at night, parking and hours of use. Instead they've come up with very little change. We're still looking at 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night most weekdays. More people have found out about this, and we now have objections from residents living on all the surrounding roads, Springwood Road, Mary Lane, Hayes Lane and the bridges. And as we've heard, some of these residents are expressing problems that already exist, some of which the head teacher is going to have to address, like antisocial behaviour and noise nuisance. I know that the local football clubs will be keen to have a facility like this, but I also know that none of them would want to live next to it. They can all go home to some peace and quiet after they've played, and the residents who live there are stuck with it every night of the week. Looking at the intensity of use, the long days, light pollution, and especially during the winter months in the football season, and the noise generated, this facility is in the wrong place. We have other recreation grounds in Home Valley South where this facility could be put. This is the wrong place. If I was on the planning committee, I would be refusing this on hours of use and impact on neighbouring properties in terms of noise and light pollution. I just want to add that I am a fan of football, and I would have liked to have supported this, but we must consider the amenity of the surrounding residential properties, and I'm afraid these hours of use will cause problems, so I can't support it as it stands. Thank you.
On to the phones now. So next is Rob Wilkes. Afternoon, Rob. You've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for granting the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Hepworth United Football Club, a club who has played at Home Firth High School for over 20 years. And I'd like to speak in support of the application today. As a club, we have over 250 registered players with the Huddersfield Junior League and 60 girls registered in girls-only leagues. These sit alongside our 2 men's open-age teams and 2 ladies teams. I'd like to support the application with reference to 2 specific areas today. Firstly is to highlight the need and demand for training and sporting facilities within the Home Valley, which are sadly very limited in number and of low quality in what is a significant area of Kirklees population. The second point would support around how the new opportunities of such a facility will create to open up new sport to a broader range of the community. So speaking with regards to my first point on facilities and specifically training within the Home Valley, whilst we have around 25 teams, not one of those teams trains within the Home Valley area due to lack of facilities of any note. As a result, we have teams travelling to Lockwood, Moor End, Penistone, Silkstone, Combe Valley High to be able to train on floodlit evening courts. Time slot and general availability is scarce and on the whole, fully booked up with no more capacity for new entrants to the game. Weekend pitch availability for games is equally in need, with a limited number of pitches in the Home Valley that are already heavily utilised and often susceptible to waterlogging alongside the Home River. Again, we have teams in the Home Valley that are travelling to Kirkburton, Farnley and Manchester to play their home games. This is far from ideal and highlights the lack of investment and strategy on sporting grounds for years within Kirklees, particularly in the Home Valley. And this proposal goes a big way to addressing the need and the current lack of facilities. What the superb 3G pitch being proposed in this scheme will give is a first-class amenity that will allow both the school and sporting clubs of the area to utilise a venue within their community, and it will open up more opportunity for sport to be played. Lack of facilities and playing pitches right now effectively caps how we can grow the game and sport further. The introduction of this pitch will also allow capacity to introduce additional groups to the game, such as evening walking football for older players, which has great health and social benefits, and potentially introduce disability footballs to south of Huddersfield, which are not available at present. In summary, as a volunteer involved in local sport in the Home Valley for 15 years, our biggest and ongoing challenge every year is around pitch and training venues to meet the needs of the teams that partake. There simply isn't enough due to lack of investment over the years. And this is limiting opportunity for people to partake in sport, which we recognise have wide-ranging benefits, and therefore we offer our full support to the application and are hopefully seeing this make a big difference to sport in the south of Huddersfield. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Next is Daniel Herman.
Hello.
Afternoon, Daniel. You have 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak in support of the new proposal. I manage the Pennine Sports Partnership. We are a local organisation representing 67 schools and around about 18,000 young people. We currently offer sport throughout the whole of Huddersfield, with most of the events having to be hosted at sites away from some of our local schools, such as Home Firth High School. The travelling of young people and their families had become a little bit of an issue, to the point where many people couldn't attend the events anymore. To have a facility like this local to us would make a huge difference, a massive difference in terms of people travelling and having to travel. Many of those families were unable to travel as well. So having somewhere where they can walk to or take local transport would make a huge difference. We've got a disability officer who works with inclusion. This is a huge area for us at the Pennine Sports Partnership, and somewhere we have struggled to get venues for The new proposed site would certainly help with this. And again, transport being an issue, having that on our doorstep would make a massive difference to us as well. We have an officer who works with young people with mental health issues and concerns. And again, having a facility local to us would make a huge difference to them. So an hour's travel, which is currently what they have to do to get to a similar type of facility, adds a lot of stress to people's day. So that certainly would be a huge benefit to us. So I would obviously like to speak in support of this proposal, and hopefully people will agree with that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next is Andrew Watson.
Yeah, Andrew Watson, I'm chairman of Holmfirth Town Football Club, and I support the proposal for obvious reasons. I started Holmfirth Town Football Club as my own community project 12 years ago, and at the very first meeting proposed a 4G pitch because I recognised that the facilities at the high school are essentially the same as when my sister left the school 45 years ago. They haven't changed practically at all, these sporting facilities, and they're actually woefully inadequate. From about now, October through to February, we won't be able to use the grass pitches, particularly at Little Wembley, because they get so waterlogged. So we got all the clubs together 10 years ago, the local clubs, to look at this proposal. And what the local clubs can't do is get the money together. We don't have the money, hundreds of thousands of pounds even between us. So credit to the high school, they have managed to get the money together to fund the building of this pitch. And the high school will run it, not the Sheffield FA. The high school will run this facility. Holmfirth High School is woefully behind other schools. My passion as the 3 to 7 year olds at Holmfirth Town look after that group, of which we've got 90 children, and we have to travel to Combe Valley High School and Moor End High School to do our training, which I think is utterly ridiculous in this day and age. We're travelling out of Holmfirth to train at 2 different high schools who have magnificent facilities. We don't have them at Holmfirth High. So having the 4G will ensure that the games are on for the local children, providing them with more sporting opportunities when they're off currently in the winter, because we just can't train outdoors at the facilities. They're that poor. And just in closing, it's a facility that's run by the high school. They've got the funding together. It's for the Holmfirth High School children. The primary school children will be able to use it, and then also the local football clubs and other sports as well. So I'm highly in favour of the proposal.
Back to the phones now. Ben Stitchman. Afternoon, Ben. You've got 3 minutes, Ben, starting from now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. It's been a long-held aspiration of the school to provide the young people and wider community of the Home Valley with first-class facilities, and in this case, a 3G artificial pitch. This desire is born out of the belief that such a facility will provide very significant benefits for the school's pupils and the wider community in terms of education, health and well-being. The last 18 months of the pandemic have impacted on everyone, but it's been acutely felt by young people. The already large growth in mental health issues have been magnified as a result of COVID. Sadly, Holmfirth High School and the Home Valley is not immune from this. As a school, we've seen a significant increase in referrals to internal and external services, and there has been a marked change in those pupils and young people who have come forward for help and support. As we try to rebuild our school community, we've invested in many such services, but there is an old saying that prevention is better than cure. All major health organisations such as Mind, Mental Health UK and our own National Health Service all aspire and talk about the importance of and benefits of physical and in particular outdoor physical exercise. The proposed 3G pitch will provide a vital resource to the school and the wider community to help tackle mental health and wellbeing issues, but also obesity, which is another epidemic that's sweeping our nation and the Home Valley as well. There is absolutely no doubt that the granting of planning permission for a 3G pitch will help to increase sporting participation throughout the year and provide young people and the wider community with a first-class opportunity to enjoy sporting activity. Community use is a vital and crucial part of our plan. We believe that as a public organisation, we should and must contribute to the great facilities for the people of Home Firth and the Home Valley, and they are as deserving of these type of facilities as any other community up and down this land. As a school, we believe in equality of opportunity. Granting permission will help us to work with clubs and others to boost opportunities for girls and disability footballs and other groups. Every request for a slot from these groups has been granted, and the 3G pitch would allow us to help to push this agenda. In my opinion, that is a very good thing. We wish to be good members of the community, and we've complied with every request made of us from the last planning committee. We understand there needs to be a balance, but I'm sure that even the most ardent opposer of this project could acknowledge the benefits of having a great school with great facilities and the benefits of that for the local community. In summary, very significant numbers of people will have their physical and mental health boosted each week if permission is granted, and therefore I urge the committee to back our proposal. Many thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Next is Phil Keeley. Afternoon, Phil. You've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Hi, yeah, my name's Phil Keeley. I work for the company that was employed as the agent, planning agent for this application. I've been involved in talking with the Football Foundation since the inception of the idea of this pitch at Holmford High School was mooted, and that started in about February 2019. Planning application was finally made in 2020 after much discussion, and we believe that we've been answering various questions from planning, the planning consultees such as Environmental Health and the local Lead Flood Authority. We've been in continual dialogue since day one on this project, and have done our utmost to answer all the questions. And I believe that the planning committee report done by the planning department accurately describes all the consultees as not having any further concerns, given the last round of information that was passed to them. Objections have obviously been received from local residents as well, as we've heard. These have also been addressed over the period, and especially I noticed that there's been a pronounced increase in the objections since the deferral a few weeks ago in the last planning committee. This has taken some time to answer their questions, perhaps in a more simplified form than some of the statements that were given to planning consultees i.e. the environmental health, etc. And I think we've answered these fairly. We have looked at reducing some of the noise, light, the flooding issues. All these issues have been over the period of time that the planning application has been in. These have been looked at time and time again, and improvements made. Lighting has been decreased in terms of its output. Usage times have been decreased. I think somebody said earlier that further information would be required, but in this instance, I think everything has been now placed. And finally, sort of to wrap up within the 3 minutes, why grass? Why artificial grass pitches? Well, since artificial grass was introduced in America in the late 60s as a result of declining fitness within their inner city communities and their urban communities, it's been recognised and is still recognised by Sport England, by the Football Association, by the hockey federations as a suitable alternative to natural grass. And the reasons behind that is that in our climate, natural grass simply...
Could you wrap up, please, Phil? You've had 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Cheers, Chris.
Thank you.
The meeting is just going to pause for 5 minutes.
Right, welcome back. Yeah, committee members, it's open to you now. Bit of brain freeze there. Who wants to start the ball rolling? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Got to say in my defence with what I'm going to say later, I'm a big sports fan, big children's sports fan. All three of my kids have done a lot of sport on facilities like this. However, in light of additional information today with the topography of this site overlooking residential area, I'd find it really difficult to, or I'd feel it difficult to support it because of residents, and therefore I'd move to reject it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'll second that. I do know this site really well. In fact, I did 2 years at this high school, and my son actually also went to this school. I honestly think there's better places for it. I mean, there's the sands just down towards the centre of Firth, which isn't, you know, overlooked as much by residential. In fact, next thing to it is probably a police station. And it's a real concern, you know, the residents in this area at 9 till 9, you know, and they're going to have that noise until 9 o'clock at night. So, yeah, I just can't support this. And I am also a sports fan. Not particularly football, but I'm more rugby. But yeah, so I'll second that.
Councillor Pattison.
I don't know whether to start off by saying I'm not a sports fan, but that doesn't actually mean that I have a, colour my view of what I'm about to say. Schools, we all want schools to have excellent facilities, and we want communities to have excellent facilities, and by all accounts, these playing fields, which have been there since the school was first built, by the sounds of it, are well past their sell-by date and in need of refurbishment, whatever happens. And to have really good, excellent facilities for the school and the 1,000 pupils that are at that school, then to share that with the community, to be at the heart of the community, has to be, I think, an aim of us all. So I hear what the residents have to say, and I hear that the length that the issues to do with noise, light, flooding, and the actual times, these have all been dealt with, I feel. They've been dealt with adequately, and I do feel that the school will not only provide responsible management, but also professional management of this facility, and it will be all to the good of the wider community of the school and those living not just in Holmfirth, I suppose, but the Holme Valley. I mean, it's a sort of crying shame to hear that people have to travel at the moment across the Holme Valley, across the Moor End, and further afield, no doubt, to play what should be basically a local sport with your local team. And I don't think. I know Holmfirth, I know this area. I don't think there's anywhere other. I mean, fans may be available, but it's quite actually a long way for any school children. I mean, school playing fields should be within the grounds of the school, not miles away. So I will recommend acceptance of the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with practically everything that Councillor Patterson has just said, but it strikes me, listening to all the representations that have been made, and from all that we've heard, that there is already an issue with the surrounds of this site. Reading the report, it talks about there being adequate parking, and that may well be true in theoretical terms, but it does seem to me that there are issues relating to people parking outside the site, or at least partly because some of the parking on the school site is actually remote from where the playing fields are, and I don't know. There are issues about people not being willing to walk more than a few yards to where they need to be. But for whatever reason, if there is a parking problem, particularly on the road at the bottom, then which there certainly appears to be the case, then I think that an increase in the hours of use of this facility would only exacerbate that. And like Councillor Patterson, I do agree that all high schools should have positively excellent facilities. The difficulty this high school has got is that it's on a site which is surrounded, not completely, but very largely by housing, and that creates a problem straight away. So I, in some ways, reluctantly agree with the proposal to refuse this, simply because we, as a community, and I'm talking about the whole Kirklees community here, need excellent facilities, which certainly this is proposed to do. But I think that the issues that we've got surrounding the site are such that the opposite side of the balance isn't enough to make up for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I fondly remember that I was always pleased to run down Springwood Road, you know, past this field, knowing the finish line was just round the corner to the Home for 15, which I entered for many times. But I can't believe, really, that it's taken so long for it to come forward. I used to look at it and think, well, why is nothing happening there? Why aren't they making use of that, the school? It's an asset. And as far as I'm concerned, it's got sport written all over it, and probably the name Little Wembley is probably, well, there we go. What's wrong with that? So, and it's showing that there's many more houses being built round there as well, many, and so they're going to need something like this. And I'm saying I know there's many more houses because we've given them permission to build them, and they're living in them. So no, I would be certainly 100% for this, 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, last time, actually, I asked to defer this application for further discussion with regard to clashing facility for community football teams and the school children team, because there was no separation there. And to a reduction of reduce the hour, especially at evening, yeah? So the application has come back, yeah? But unfortunately, we are facing some situation still there with the resident opposing that. It's supposed to be school needs community needs school, yeah? They both work together, yeah? I don't think it's best way to refuse this application, yeah, just on the grounds of parking, because people park around nearby streets, yeah. I think there is a need, a highway can work out any arrangement. Those team or football teams come to play, use those facilities in the afternoon or in the evening. They should be discouraged to parking on the Hay Road, Springwood Street. They should park on the parking provided within the grounds. So on the ground, I'm happy to go ahead with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back, I just highlight to members that, the policy LP50, and it clearly states that the enhancement of outdoor sports facilities through improving the quality and management of sites identified in the playing pitch strategy will be supported by the council. And this, I think, reflects that. It's a proposal that aims to enhance the sports field and for the community, as well as for the school and the associated health and education benefits that brings. Just coming back on some of the points, in terms of topography, topography, it's hilly everywhere, and you will see it from every place. And in any facility such as this within that area, I think you will see. So I'm struggling to understand. This area needs a facility like this, and if you have it here or somewhere else, you're still going to see it because of the topography. I have made an assessment on what you can and can't see, and I believe that, and as I've said in my presentation in my report, that the intervening woodland will help screen it, as well as the school buildings. And then going back, so I just skip into where it's located. Well, it's located in a settlement, and as the sports clubs have actually said, the local sports clubs will be able to have the opportunity to walk and cycle and to use public transport, to use a local facility rather than drive, an hour's away to another facility elsewhere. I think that is the essence of sustainable development and promoting sustainable development. And I honestly believe that. In terms of the lighting columns being 50 metres high and being far too high, well, it's been designed, the lighting strategy, so there's less light spill. So it's been purposely designed so there's there isn't light spill, and 15 metres is seen as the best state for them columns. And in terms of the car parking arrangements, the school has said that they will offer the car parking to this facility as well as the Little Wembley facility. So rather than the current situation where they park on the street, they will have the opportunity to actually use the school parking provision. So I think there could be some betterment here, as well as the opportunity for Little Wembley, some of the local teams to be able to play on this facility as well. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak for very long, but I think there's just one or two points that I need to be making. As Chris has alluded to, the Kirklees playing pitch strategy supports the provision of these facilities, and a lot of that obviously works into the healthier lifestyles provision that the local plan supports and that the council supports. And I know that members have heard from speakers in support of this in respect of the benefits that it will give, and I'm not going to particularly re-emphasise that. I think it's important for members, when you're making your decision, to concentrate also what the reasons for deferral were from the last committee in August. It wasn't deferred for further matters on noise or further matters on residential amenity. We have obviously got officers here who can, technical advisors from Environmental Protection, to give further support or further clarification on the reasons why officers have recommended approval with the hours, and why we consider it to be an acceptable balance in terms of the amount of sport and the amount of activity, whilst also trying to protect residential amenity. So I would like Rebecca to speak on those matters of light and also noise. I'd also like Chris to speak in terms of the parking strategy for the school. I know that we've received a plan, and Chris Carroll has highlighted the areas, but there is a lot of concern about parking and highways, so I'd like Chris also to speak. And then finally we've got Martin from the LLFA who can run us through the issue with the provision of drainage of the scheme and the soakways. So I'd like to bring those officers in, please, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council members. My name is Rebecca Muff. I'm the Principal Technical Officer within Environmental Health. We've considered the impact of this development on local residents, and if I can just refer to, in particular, the lighting. We've considered the lighting assessment that has been submitted, and not only have we considered it, we've actually been in meetings with the lighting consultants and discussed in detail the proposals for this scheme. Having assessed all of the proposals, we were satisfied that the vertical and horizontal spillage of the lighting would be minimal. This was down to the fact that the proposal includes louvres on these lights, which will concentrate the light onto the pitch. The other issue was the proposal includes a switchable system from 200 lux to 120. So for the majority of the time, the lighting intensity will be reduced by 60%. And the other issue was, as part of the lighting proposal, was that it was a flexible system in that when only half of the pitch is in use, then the lighting would only be on for that half of the pitch. So in terms of lighting, Environmental Health was satisfied with the lighting assessment that had been submitted, and we didn't have any issues with lighting affecting the amenity of local residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just sort of cover the sort of parking. I can see parking's one of the issues members are quite concerned about. I think it sort of falls into two categories really. There's the parking associated with the artificial grass pitch, and then there's parking associated with Little Wembley. The artificial grass pitch, the proposal that we're looking at, we're satisfied that provides adequate parking within the school that will be available, and that there shouldn't be any overspill onto the surrounding highways. As far as Little Wembley goes, I mean, that's an existing situation, and I think this will actually help, this particular proposal will help that proposal, because I think there'll be resulting more use of this pitch rather than the Little Wembley pitches, which are probably not as suitable in the winter months. And so people will perhaps use the artificial grass pitch instead, and so there will be parking within the school site. As part of the car parking management plan, the applicant has said that the school parking will be available for use at Little Wembley, and they will encourage them to use that. Well, there's no guarantee they will, but obviously some people will, and I think that will take the pressure off parking on Springwood Road. From speaking to people who actually use that facility, it seems to be that the teams which use Little Wembley that use the leisure centre changing facilities tend to park at the leisure centre because they go there and get changed, and then they walk over to the Little Wembley fields. The teams which are probably the younger teams, where they turn up in their kit, probably driven by their parents, tend to park on Springwood Road, and they drop them off and they go to play there because they're not using the changing facilities on the main school site. Now, there's a few things with Springwood Road. I've been speaking to colleagues in the traffic section, and there is a scheme which is due to be implemented December, 20th of December is programmed to be implemented, which is to traffic calm Springwood Road, and that's a traffic calming scheme to reduce speeds down there, and I think that was probably progressed probably at the instigation of the school, and I'm sure ward members supported that as well. Now, that could have included TROs to prevent parking, but when I've discussed this with officers who are promoting the scheme, they've said that they do not want to promote, at this minute in time, they don't want to promote TROs on Springwood Road, because whilst they accept it's maybe not the ideal to park on, they feel that if they put TROs down, it will displace it onto other roads that are less suitable. So at the present time, they do not want to promote TROs on Springwood Road. So that's one of the reasons that we haven't progressed that any further. And I actually believe that with the parking that's now available on school, which is actually all the parking, which will be available and will be managed, it will improve the current situation. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Mohammed, are you there?
Oh, apologies, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Mohammed Nassim. I'm the Senior Technical Officer in Environmental Health, and I'm here to talk about issues regards to noise. Just to clarify, the noise assessment itself came up with a figure at 1 hour LAEQ, as it's known as of 47 dB, which was marginally above the existing background levels. However, it still meets with the World Health Organization guidance, and it also meets with the British Standard 8233. So it is acceptable in terms of noise levels. The initial application, the initial applicant wanted hours up until 10 p.m. And through discussion and negotiation, we've managed to get those hours down to what we believe to be more reasonable, and will afford more quiet for residents, particularly during the summer months. And we've had discussion with the Football Association, who say that there's less use during the summer months, and therefore we've restricted those hours accordingly. What's of interest is comment has been made regards to noise levels. And what's of interest in that is there's an assumption that it's going to be noisy all the time. Comment has been made about walking football, young children using the facility. It's not always going to be young adult males in competition, and so therefore those noise levels aren't going to be there all the time that pitch is going to be in use. In terms of controls, we've asked for a noise management plan in terms of behaviours and controls of what's going on during the game. Flexible fixings for the weld mesh fencing to absorb some of the ball impact, and again, as I said, restriction in hours. So we think it can be managed, it can be used without causing loss of amenity to neighbouring premises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was just going to refer to the condition 18, which is about the car park management plan, and wondering whether or not that could be strengthened in any way. But I mean, Chris, from things that Chris was saying about the car park management plan, I mean, I think that's already in hand. And I know parking around schools can always be an absolute issue. And it's just irresponsible people doing that. And I would like to think that certainly the clubs that have already come on and spoken to us today about their usage out of school hours, that certainly would be more than responsible about the parents of the children that are playing there, and would encourage the use of the car parks on site. I certainly think there's sufficient car parking on site, and I think that car management plan, as described by Chris in a bit more detail, does enable both the clubs and the school to ensure that it won't be, if there's continued problems with parking on Springwood, then it won't be down to the school or the clubs. It'll be others, no doubt, going to the co-op. I don't know.
Thank you, Chair. Not wishing to labour the point, but I just want to clarify that the application was deferred from the last committee for 4 reasons: parking provision, drainage, details of community use and times of operation. So we've obviously explained why parking provision we believe to be adequate, and Councillor Patterson's highlighted Condition 18, which is the car parking management plan, which should formalise these arrangements. Officers have demonstrated an appropriate drainage system could be installed. There's no objection from the Lead Local Flood Authority. And as you've heard, the existing issue with sewage has been investigated by Yorkshire Water and is not a consequence of this proposal. There's clearly a community demand for this proposal, as you've heard from speakers today and set out in the report. And I think it's also worth highlighting that, as the Environmental Health Officer noted, the hours of use have been extensively modified in the course of this application. It was originally 9 to 10 p.m, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, weekends and bank holidays, and we've obviously moved quite a long way from that. And that's balanced against the need to provide suitable sports facilities. And I think the final point I want to make is it probably is relevant to know that obesity is an issue in Kirklees. If you look at the 2018-2019 figures, approximately 1 in 4 children of reception age and 1 in 3 of year 6 had excess weight, so were overweight or obese. And the local plan clearly sets out that we have an objective to have a healthy, active and safe communities and reduce inequality. And that includes facilitating access to high quality, well-maintained play and sports facilities. Thanks, Chair.
So it reminds me of a case that we did last Thursday, Andrew, at Dewsbury Rugby League. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go over a couple of the points referenced to what I made, which was on topography. What was meaning about the topography is that it's up on a hill, and no matter what we do with the 15-metre lighting, it's got to be looked up on by the residents around that facility. And I have no objection to a facility like this, but I just think it's in an inappropriate place for the existing residents. And as far as parking's concerned, what we've got to understand, and I think what we all know in our heart of hearts, it's always a problem. And I think we're playing fantasy football if we think that this facility isn't going to create a parking problem just because we say it isn't, and we've done some algorithms to say it isn't. It's causing a problem now. The kids are going to be picked up from school at 4 o'clock, but people are going to be coming to the facility at 4 o'clock to start using it as far as practice is concerned. So the whole thing doesn't make any sense on a practical level. You know, going to these facilities for the last 20 odd years with my boys, it's always a problem, no matter how mechanical we are in the way that we design the parking. And being a high school as well, with 1,000 kids in it, of course it's got to be a challenge, and it's got to be more of a challenge for the existing residents rather than for a sports facility that could maybe, with a little bit more thought, be placed in a better facility where it doesn't disturb the residents at this moment in time. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't know about Home Firth, but certainly Honley High School don't finish at 4 o'clock. They finish well before. It's usually between 3 and half past. But also, I would like to underline the fact that the parish council support this application as well. It wasn't mentioned.
In a paper a week or two ago by a fella called Joe Marler that plays for Harlequins, England and British Lions, and what he said was there are some rugby pitches in Premiership where these all weather pitches and they can be a bit nasty to people's knees. So a reminder to footballers, stop throwing yourself on the floor. Basically, I've no note against this. I think it's something that is needed, and I think it's something that should be welcomed, especially with that having floodlights which do shine down, not all over the place like I know some they used to do it olden days. Right, it's been moved by Councillor Pattison, seconded by Councillor Lyons. Sorry? Yeah, apparently there were a move to refuse it and a second that was tabled first. So we'll go to that.
Chair, but we need to flesh out the reasons for refusal. There was mention about the topography and the height, but we just need to formulate those.
A few more things.
Thanks. Through you then, Chair. If members refused it, they could possibly refuse it on impact on height of the floodlights, impact from lighting due to the topography. I think we may need members to clarify what reasons they wanted, to be fair. Thanks, Chair.
With you, Chair. The reasons for me refusing it and moving a motion to reject was topography, the lighting issues that can't be dealt with because of the height of the pitch and the lighting, the parking, and probably a more suitable facility could be found. Thank you, Chair.
Is to refuse.
Right, this is to refuse on the basis that Councillor Thompson just explained. Councillor Bellamy?
For refusal.
Councillor Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Lyons?
Against.
Councillor Sokol?
Against.
Councillor Pattison?
Against.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Hall?
Against.
That's carried, Chair. 4 votes. Sorry, it's not carried. That motion is lost. 4 to 3.
Right, we'll go
so
to
you
the
need to go to another.
vote for accepting the application.
So this is the officer recommendation to delegate approval. Councillor Bellamy?
Against.
Councillor Thompson?
Against.
Councillor Lyons?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
For.
Councillor Pattison?
For.
And Councillor Hall? Sorry, Councillor Pinnock?
Abstain.
And Councillor Hall?
For.
That's carried, Chair. 4 votes to 2, 1 abstention.
Right. Right, next page 97. This is Crowless Road, Mayfield. Nick.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nick Hurst, Case Officer for this application. This application seeks the demolition of Knoll Park House, which is one of the Council's dementia daycare facilities. Built around the late 1950s as a residential care home, it is reaching the end of its life and is no longer fit for purpose. A modern, purpose-built dementia daycare home would be built in its place. The application is brought to committee because the development encroaches into adjacent Knoll Park, which is allocated as urban green space. As such, the development represents a departure from the local plan, but this will be addressed later in the presentation. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks. Got there in the end. This image shows Knoll Park House from Kirklees Road, the street along the frontage. The existing building is 1 and 2 stories and is set back from the site. There are mature trees along each of the boundaries, giving an open and pleasant leafy character to the site. Despite the pleasant setting, the building itself is dated and of limited visual amenity value, and its demolition is not opposed. Thank you, Kate. While some of the younger trees within the site would be removed, the larger ones, the mature ones, along the boundary that provide the most public amenity will be retained. Therefore, the site will retain its attractive leafy character. Just realised we're on the wrong slide. Can we go back one, please? There we go. So these are the current elevations of the proposal. It has a modern design, which is typical of a healthcare facility, and it is considered attractive in itself. Next slide. Thank you. So the trees along the frontage would be retained. You can see them slightly faded out there, but they are set to the front of the building, so will reduce its prominence somewhat. Overall, the development is considered visually appropriate and will fit into the character of the area. Next slide. In terms of provision, the applicant has worked with the University of Stirling, a leader in dementia research, to design the site with the most up-to-date modern standards for dementia care. The site will retain provision for 25 daycare places, and staff numbers will be unaffected. In addition to the daycare facilities, the development will include a Centre of Excellence with demonstration home. The home will offer training, advice and guidance for dementia sufferers, their families and carers to learn about dementia and how they can adapt their surroundings to adjust and live with the new daily challenges they may face. For highways, the proposal will increase parking on site from 18 to 24 and include dedicated minibus drop-off and turning facilities, which is welcomed. The site's current access is narrow, being only a single carriageway. The proposal will widen this to a modern standard, allowing two-way traffic and improved pedestrian routes. However, to widen the access requires taking land from either the east or the west. To the east is a large and valuable oak in good health. Next slide. To the west is Knoll Park, which is the urban green space, and a small hawthorn in fair health. Given the need to improve the access, and that the harm caused through the loss of the oak would be greater, on balance, officers consider it acceptable to encroach into Knoll Park and remove the small tree that will enable the improved access to be, the proposed access to be improved. This will result in an existing access to Knoll Park being lost, a pedestrian access that is. The application includes the provision of a new access, which can be seen on the left of that slide, which may be secured by condition. The report before members details officers' full assessment of the proposal. The principal development is accepted, and the proposal would enhance health provision in the district. The relevant material planning considerations, including, but not limited to, amenity and highways, have been addressed and concluded to be acceptable. One objection has been received, raising concerns over potential harm to amenity of neighbouring residents. This has been considered and addressed within the report. Officers therefore recommend approval, subject to the recommended conditions, with nothing further to add, Chair.
You'll be glad to know there's no speakers. Not even Martin wants to talk on this. Very unusual, seeing as it's Murfield. So it's over to you, office members. Move it. Right, we'll go to a vote. As it's been moved and seconded, moved by Councillor Mohan Sopal, seconded by Councillor Pinnock.
So it's on the officer recommendation. Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Lyons?
For.
Councillor Socko.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Pinner.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Right, next item, page 115. This is Waterloo Road, Waterloo, Huddersfield, and it's William that will be doing it, but we're just going to bring speakers in.
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Simcock and I'm the case officer for this application. The site is a former vehicle repair centre and auto parts centre and car sales pitch, which is on the corner of Waterloo Road and Wakefield Road. And the reason it has been brought to Strategic Committee for determination is because a small part of the site is in urban green space and it is therefore classed as being technically a departure from the local plan. That is the image that before that, yes, that the shaded green area is the urban green space, which includes the area behind the building. And if we look at the photographs again, that is the view coming up Waterloo Road, and the next two show different views of the site. That is from Wakefield Road, looking from the east, and this is the aerial view. The proposal is for the change of use of the site to a hot food takeaway. No external alterations to the building are proposed. It is proposed that the existing hard surfaced area will be used to provide a total of 21 parking spaces, of which 4 are for delivery vehicles, 17 are for staff and customers, of which 2 are accessible. The surrounding area contains a mix of uses, but Waterloo Road is mostly residential, as we'll have seen from the photographs. Now, to address the urban green space issue, a small part of the site is with urban green space in which most forms of development are deemed inappropriate in principle. However, since the area in question is already hard surfaced and no new built development is required, and it is believed that there will be no impact on the trees which are adjacent to the site, so consequently there would be effectively no loss of urban green space, and the land in question does not in any case provide opportunities for public recreation or contribute to visual amenity, and it is therefore, although the development does not accord with the wording of policy LP61, it is considered that from a planning point of view, there are no practical objections from the point of view of it being urban green space. The remainder of the site is unallocated without designation. Since the site is not in a commercial centre, the sequential test had to be submitted. It's found that there were no sequentially preferable and available sites in the local area. It is believed that it would serve mainly the local area, this part of the east of Huddersfield, and also a certain amount of passing trade. Under policy LP47 and national guidance, we have to consider any possible impacts on public health, and this is the health indicators for Dalton Ward are only slightly below average for Kirklees, and it is therefore concluded that there will be no planning justification for a refusal on the grounds of contributing to poor health or health inequalities. From the point of view of residential amenity, there's a mix of uses in the area, although, as previously stated, Waterloo Road is very residential in character. And in a hot food takeaway with opening hours till 11 p.m, as proposed by the applicant, wouldn't always be acceptable in a quiet residential area. However, the area around the road junction is not particularly quiet to begin with, and does have quite high traffic levels. And it is consequently the planning officer's view that, in principle, the hours of use, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m, 7 days a week, can be considered acceptable in principle. However, in accordance with the Environmental Health Officer's advice, an acoustic report should be submitted and approved before the site is brought into use. The findings of the acoustic report and any attenuation measures required will inform what the final opening hours should be, and it can be conditioned on that basis. It's possible the acoustic report will recommend shorter hours, at least on certain days. And also methods of ventilation will have to be conditioned so as to prevent nuisance or environmental impacts arising from fumes. Now, the highways issues, it is considered that there would be a net increase in trip generation based on the submitted highway statement. It is believed that this, on the basis of Highways Officer's advice, that this will be manageable. There are concerns have been expressed both by Highways Officers and by some local residents about the existing problem of drivers using the forecourt of the building as a shortcut to avoid the lights, to avoid queuing at the lights. The proposals involve signage in and out signs at the Waterloo road entrance, which would be the sole entrance and exit point for customers. No entry sign on the Wakefield road frontage, and also narrowing of the access using the metal fencing or bollards that are in place already. While this may not completely eliminate the problem of people cutting through the site, it should reduce it. The officer's view is that the site would, the proposal would, subject to these measures being conditioned, and also subject to the parking spaces and the layout and marking out being conditioned. The parking spaces are considered acceptable in terms of number and layout. That the development would not detract with or interfere with the safe or convenient use of the highway or add to safety hazards. And antisocial behaviour is sometimes a concern associated with hot food takeaways. However, this is a more significant concern in areas where there is a high concentration both of hot food takeaways and of establishments serving alcohol, such as certain parts of Huddersfield town centre, but it is not the case here. West Yorkshire Police have been consulted and raised no objections, subject to a scheme of closed-circuit television being installed within the site, which again can be conditioned. The proposal has generated a lot of public response, both in opposition and in support. All representations are summed up and responded to in the officer's report. To sum up, the officer's recommendation is that this proposal is acceptable in principle, as it would think it, and as it is acceptable in principle for the site. It has passed the sequential test, and subject to suitable conditions, it is considered that it would have no adverse impact on residential amenity or the local environment or highway safety. And furthermore, the reuse of this building would in principle support the Council's carbon reduction aims, as it is in a sustainable location. It is therefore recommended that conditional permission be granted. Thank you, Chair.
Right, first speaker is Michael Beaumont.
I think there'll be an increase in noise and air pollution in the vicinity, especially now we're going into an area of cleaner environment. Traffic congestion entering or leaving the new proposed establishment, trying to gain access to Waterloo Road or Wakefield Road. Traffic backs up Wakefield Road by cars entering McDonald's or taxis attempting to access the taxi office, causing a backlog. Litter and food waste in the proximity of a river could enhance an increase in vermin. Number 4, the opening hours from early morning to late evening means a constant stream of traffic, pollution, noise, and if signs are erected, probably illumination affecting nearby houses for hours on end, given the extended opening hours of this business. A few years ago, Highways Kirklees identified these junctions as a pinch point and were trying to alleviate the volume of traffic to avoid any accidents. I wonder if anyone could inform me if this proposal has anyway been altered. Number 6, there have been numerous accidents in this vicinity already, and for the sake of public safety, I believe this proposal would highlight more. I don't want to mention the fatality the other month. There was also a bus knocking down traffic lights one evening, and numerous bumps and smashes by drivers jumping these traffic lights, and then they don't report them because it's cheaper to fix your own car than pay your excess. Right. People may take risks to get home before their takeaway food goes cold, therefore jumping lights and causing traffic. Will the new extra large takeaway force other establishments to close, having an adverse effect on people's jobs already in employment? Number 9. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, but me ain't counting boiling egg. See you in minutes. Right, I had other things to say, but obviously, it don't matter.
Thank you, Chair. This application encroaches on a residential area where I have battled with issues relating to traffic congestion, road safety issues, antisocial behaviour and littering for a number of years with only a small degree of success. Following numerous complaints from residents several years ago, I'm still working with the police, Safer Kirklees and Way Services to address these long-standing issues. Crown Motors was open from 8 AM to 4:30 PM and the traffic was minimal. This application is seeking consent to extend these operating hours from 7 AM to 11 PM late into the evening and will no doubt increase the level of traffic congestion, noise, nuisance, littering and light pollution in the vicinity and possibly attract more antisocial behaviour and create an odour nuisance, particularly for neighbouring properties. There is a higher than average concentration of elderly or other vulnerable people in the vicinity of the site. Many are housebound, retired and some in receipt of adult social care services. Waterloo Road and the A642 Wakefield Road join at a complex signalised junction with the A629 Penistone Road adjacent to the site. The junction is very busy, especially during the peak hours with existing levels of traffic congestion. Waterloo Road experiences significant congestion from the junction at Almonbury Road to Wakefield Road. Albany Road to Wakefield Road. I have approached Highways and requested remedial action several times over the last several years, as have my ward colleagues, and have consistently been told nothing can be done. These vulnerable residents will no doubt be experiencing poor air quality due to this traffic congestion. Should this application be granted, the roads will no doubt be busier for longer periods of time and the air quality further reduced. I'm aware that it's not an air quality management area. However, the criteria used to identify EQMAs doesn't consider the vulnerability of residents in that particular location. As I have said earlier, there is a higher than normal average concentration of elderly and vulnerable people in the area. I've also got concerns in relation to road safety in terms of residents being able to reverse out of driveways on the busy Waterloo Road, and this is due to traffic queues or traffic speeding to beat the traffic lights. Could the committee please consider this as a factor that needs to be addressed? Kirklees Highway Safety Team have records of concerns relating to traffic using the site to avoid the traffic signals. This endangers pedestrians and increases the risk of collisions. Please note that the proposed measures to mitigate against this do not guarantee an end to this driver behaviour. Tragically, there was a recent pedestrian death due to a vehicle collision in the area. Less serious collisions are commonplace in the area. I have asked Kirklees Road Safety for details of this tragedy and have not yet received a response. It also has been reported that buses have mounted the central reservation at the junction and have had to be towed away. This is a complex and busy junction. I would like to see a more detailed road safety report which includes any recommendation from an investigation into this fatality and the buses being forced into the central reservation. Highway's view is that the additional trips generated, an average of 1-2 per minute, is that 1 or 2 minutes per car? And what's the accumulative effect of this additional traffic on the road? Highway state that this would only have a minimal effect on the operation of the junction, but what Highways is not adequately considering is that Waterloo Road is an already congested road that receives regular complaints from residents. The report states that additional trips are approximately 38 in the morning and 37 in the afternoon peak hour. I feel the Highways report focused too much on the junction and not enough on the congestion that's already on Waterloo Road or the impact of the wider network. I understand the committee's hands are tied in relation to the criteria for material circumstances in relation to air quality. However, I am sure the committee would agree that prevention is easier and better than a cure. It is considered that the supporting documents for the proposed change of use should include a detailed traffic impact assessment which assesses the effect of the proposed commercial use and the surrounding road network, including Waterloo Road and Wakefield Road. The traffic implications of the proposals need also to be considered in relation to the local plan. Transport objectives, we seek to reduce congestion rather than add to it. Now, the public health toolkit to assess the impact of... This is a really important point. You know the public health tool that's being used to assess the impact on health is based on an assessment of the whole of the Dalton ward. The Waterloo area crosses 2 wards, Almondbury and Dalton, and is one specific area, the public health toolkit. If it was used for that area, the results would be very different and the scores would be very different.
Hello, thank you. Okay, can I start, please?
You're on, Alison.
All right, thank you. I have been contacted by residents who are opposed to this application. I have also been contacted by the applicants. I am not in favour of this application as follows. This proposal is located at a very busy junction. Traffic queues down Waterloo Road at peak times and other times. Additionally, traffic queues and backs up out of the entrance to the car park at the Tandem shopping area where Marks and Spencer's and Aldi are located. The entrance to this car park is literally metres away from the proposed exit of the Crown Motors site, and I feel this plan will only add to the congestion in this area. Queuing traffic at peak times could back up all the way up to the junction with Penistone Road. Waterloo Road is residential with many properties on either side. Additionally, there are residential homes just further down Wakefield Road. Encouraging more traffic in the area will only add to increases in air pollution, noise pollution and light pollution, and this will impact on residents. Our residents' health matters, and the health of our residents in the immediate area should be considered in this decision today. My question is, do we actually need a drive-to takeaway at this location? Should the council be encouraging a drive-to takeaway in the light of the climate emergency declaration they've made? The council is currently encouraging people to walk and cycle through its active travel plan, but to walk or cycle to this site from the direction of Penistone Road involves crossing over a very busy, complex junction where someone recently, unfortunately, lost their life in tragic circumstances. Driving to this location will cause further congestion on these already saturated roads. To walk or cycle to the takeaway is not easy, as I've already stated, and it will involve crossing over several roads. So I therefore request this application be refused. Sorry, I think I repeated myself there.
Right, thanks, Alison. Nick, next.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee. I'm Nick Willock, planning consultant representing the applicant. The application is recommended for approval by your officers, and the applicants have worked very hard to address issues raised during the planning process. Mr. Simcock's presentation showed that the building footprint and areas of hard standing have remained unchanged for the last 40 years. There was actually a photograph that we asked to be shown, but we haven't seen that. But the hard standing has not changed over the years, so the impact on urban green space would be neutral. A professional transport report has actually been produced, and officers agree that additional traffic generated by the proposal is relatively low and well within junction capacity, bearing in mind that this is an existing commercial site that has always generated traffic. As Mr. Simcock said, the forecourt area has been designed with a circular movement, and Waterloo Road would be the access point, not Wakefield Road. Now, currently, members, this has an existing lawful use. You can't stop some traffic going through, but the measures proposed today would improve the situation considerably over the existing situation. The egress onto Wakefield Road will be signed as left turn only, with a reduced width discouraging right turn movement, and these measures all represent improvements, as I've said, over the existing situation. The parking spaces are accepted to be ample and will not result in overspill parking on surrounding streets. And officers propose conditions to agree details of lighting, extractor fans and CCTV in terms of crime and antisocial behaviour prevention. However, as will be explained more fully by the applicants, this is not a typical hot food takeaway and is aimed more at customers who wish to take away the equivalent food served at the existing Harvey's restaurant at Fenny Bridge and Home Firth. Importantly, the temporary takeaway facility set up during COVID at Fenny Bridge restaurant is also adjacent to residential properties, and there have been no known problems or complaints throughout the pandemic when the takeaway element was very busy. As such, concerns raised about customers potentially creating noise or antisocial behaviour are not considered to be well-founded in this case. Environmental health and crime prevention officers agree and raise no objections to the scheme. Members, finally, Huddersfield is currently over-reliant on inward investment from national chains, leading to the same brands being present wherever you go. This scheme represents significant investment from a successful independent local business, which will add to the vibrancy of the area and provide wider, more original and varied food choices for customers. Thank you.
Is George Brown.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to present my application to the committee. Sceptics might say, not another takeaway. Well, Chair, you'd be pleased to know what is being proposed is a fresh food takeaway. This takeaway already exists as part of Harvey's Bar Kitchen at Fenny Bridge. We are hoping to transfer the takeaway and delivery part of the business to Crown Motors at Waterloo. Chair, as you know, COVID-19 decimated the hospitality industry with nationwide closures of bars and restaurants. This left our restaurant business with a takeaway and delivery only option for 12 months. This was allowable under the PD rights. And as you know, these PD rights expired in March 2021. COVID-19 has significantly changed the hospitality sector, and while many of our customers have returned to dining out, there are a significant number of customers that still choose to have a takeaway or a delivery. The success of the takeaway and delivery service has enabled our restaurant to survive today, but it's clear to us that we must make suitable provision to maintain this service going forward. We therefore need a standalone site close to our Fenny Bridge site where our customer database already exists. Having been marketed for sale for over 2 years, Crown Motors was the perfect option. In terms of the representations being made in respect of unmanageable antisocial behaviour, littering, noise, traffic congestion and cars cutting through the site, I'm pleased that the planning officer has considered these representations very carefully. And while most of these do not unduly concern the 5 Kirklees consultees, further careful conditioning from the planning officer has, in our opinion, minimised any of these concerns in this respect. This has led to 100% of the consultees supporting the application, and in turn the delegated planning officer recommending approval for this application. Therefore, I'm kindly asking the Honourable Committee members to support this proposal in accordance with your officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Final speaker, Simon Doherty.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Simon Doherty, the co-owner of Harvey's Bar Kitchen and a proposed operator of the takeaway site at Crown Motors. The proposed site is very important to us as a business. Insulates our business against COVID-19, I wish, and in terms that we reoccur shut down of restaurants or bars in future going. The site is better suited for us as a takeaway and delivery in terms of a ground floor kitchen, easier access, great parking facilities, and close to the database of our customers we have gained throughout lockdown. This also allows us to evolve our menu independently of our current restaurants. In reference to made that unhealthy takeaways are nearby, unfortunately, this is incorrect, presuming all takeaways have to be or are unhealthy. Chair, you'll be pleased to know the proposed takeaway site will serve fresh food, prepared daily, sourced from local sustainable suppliers, therefore no freezers, no microwaves, no large trucks of frozen food with huge amounts of saturated fat in their products. This is simply fresh food cooked well, incorporating a breakfast, lunch and evening menu offering. It's important to us to use a business to offer a balanced, healthy menu, accounting for dietary requirements and the ever-growing allergens. We have professional chefs within our company who allow us to create this. We'd also like the opportunity to work alongside Kirklees' fine team. This will help us offer a low-calorie menu, not only to the number of obesity that we are on about tackling, but together we can educate people with better foods. Chair, our green proposal includes electric delivery vehicles. Over 65% of our current business is delivered to the home. I'm not allowing people to come to site. EV chargers will be located at site. We're looking at high-end commercial property and high-end units and commercial, such as air fryers that reduce the oil usage of 98%. All waste and packaging will be fully recycled at site. And our existing delivery and app and collection allows us to do controlled pickups and deliveries at appointment basis and avoid any queues and congestion. Also reusing an existing brownfield site. Chair, on another note, it is great to see the green shoots appearing within the town centre. Harvey's is committed to Kirklees regeneration and look forward to opening a new restaurant in HD1 in the new year. Finally, Chair, hopefully the Honourable Council will support our application for a newer, greener, takeaway option that we believe will set the trend and more will follow us. Thank you, Chair.
Right, members, over to you, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I've no bones with the, if that's the right word, with the healthy option that, that is proposed here. In fact, I might well want to partake of it. It does confirm that my fear that it would be mainly delivery vehicles, or I'm not sure whether Harvey's use Uber or Go Eat or any of those, but it would be a delivery service, which doesn't feel, well, my whole point is I just think this site is such a dangerous junction that there's just no way that any additional traffic should be emanating from this site, particularly since it's not actually stopping the cut through. I actually think that doing this up as a takeaway and a delivery service would actually encourage the cut-throughs. That, I mean, every time you go down to that junction, you invariably see somebody cut through, and it is dangerous. They whiz through there, and I actually think that this proposal would encourage it, not deter it. I don't think they will turn left. I mean, they'll see the sign, but they'll try to turn right. I mean, just at that exit, there is that confluence of the taxi firm and this proposed takeaway, and that is absolute. Well, it's a recipe for disaster in terms of traffic, I believe, but also in terms of accidents, but also just in terms of congestion. I really do not feel that people will park around the back. I mean, I know I've just suggested that people will park responsibly up at Holmfirth High School, but here I don't think people will. That forecourt is far too small. I think the photos make it actually look larger than it really is, and I think that turn around so that people come in and then go back out onto Waterloo Road, that won't happen very often. And besides that, there'll be, if it isn't just a purely delivery service, which possibly might be more acceptable, but if you've got people turning up as well, they'll just litter the forecourt with cars. I really do not see how, on highways grounds, this can be acceptable.
Thank you, Chair. I think I should agree with my colleague, Councillor Carol Patterson. Chair, we as a Kirklees Council, we are spending million with support from the combined authority to improve the air quality on busiest congested traffic junction. And this Waterloo junction, Waterloo, Wakefield and Sheffield junction is one of the busiest junction in Kirklees Council. Yeah? To create this proposal, takeaway, no difference to other normal takeaway. It will create more traffic on this busiest road and it cause problem. We have heard from one of the objectors here. There have been quite few accidents on this junction, or just missing around there. I one time used to work on this road, especially on the Waterloo Road, approaching to the Wakefield Road junction. I used to run school buses that time, morning and the tea time. Yeah, I had to wait many minutes on the Waterloo Road to get on the end, and I was rushing to get into the. That's I'm talking about 12 years ago. Yeah, now the traffic, more traffic on this junction. I don't think, Mr. Chair, this takeaway is on this side is the right place. I think we should not approve this application because it will create more traffic, more congestion traffic on this junction. Thank you. So I move to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I I'm well aware that this junction is really, really difficult. Practically everybody who's spoken so far has said that. There are so many different movements here that it in itself that causes issues. And like other members, I have been waiting on Waterloo Road and seen people go through the forecourt to cut out the lights, and I thought to myself, that doesn't look very safe. And indeed, there is nothing here that is going to stop that. Now, whilst I appreciate what the applicants are trying to do, I listened to their presentation with interest. I think there's a lot to be said for what they're trying to do. However, to produce a takeaway on this site, I suspect is not the right way to do it. If, as Councillor Patterson implied, this was merely a delivery point that the firm was using to deliver orders, so that the drivers they were using were people employed by them and could be relied upon not to do the wrong thing in terms of getting out of the site, then I would take a completely different view to this. Looking at it, it strikes me the only one of those roads around there that you could use in perfect safety is Waterloo Road, both in and out. Yet the existence of a takeaway on this site would undoubtedly attract people from Wakefield Road, Penistone Road, and to try and get at it. And in some cases it's actually quite difficult to get at it, if you think about it. Say coming from Penistone Road and going round the bend and then crossing Waterloo Road to get into the site, it doesn't bear thinking about. It's really very difficult. So I suppose what this is all leading to is a refusal or a modification of the application to be delivery only and no takeaways. I don't know whether that is feasible, but as a modification, or whether it would require a new application. But I just think that having a takeaway on this site is too dangerous in terms of conflicting movements of pedestrians, of users of the takeaway, of other road users around the site. That's a rather complicated way of putting it, I know, but I just don't think it's safe. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing what members are saying. I can see it's the flavour of it is that it's a highway issue. I mean, I think I'll just summarise as we've looked at it. I mean, it is located on what is a complex signalised junction. Yes, it is a congested junction at peak times, and it does suffer queuing. I don't think no one could argue that wasn't the case. As far as accidents go, yes, there has been accidents, but a junction of that sort, you would expect accidents. It hasn't got a particular worse accident record than any other particular junction of that type. In terms of traffic congestion, yes, it will. The assessment submitted suggests it will generate additional traffic in the peak periods in the order of 35 vehicles in the morning and evening peaks. That's, well, roughly 1 every 2 minutes. That sort of additional traffic, the view has been taken that wouldn't have an adverse, probably immaterial. You probably wouldn't notice that level of traffic on the junction in the peak periods because of the sheer volume of traffic using it. Would it have a severe impact? The view taken has been no, it wouldn't. I think the issue of the cut through, that has been raised. I mean, us as a council, as a highway safety team, they were aware of that, and they raised that when we consulted them internally. It hasn't been fully addressed. I think if it had been closed onto Wakefield Road, that would have fully addressed that issue within and out of a Waterloo Road. The applicant want to do that. What they're proposing is a sort of a halfway house situation. I think it will improve it. It will stop people turning right from Wakefield Road into the site, and it will make it difficult coming out and turning left. It will be difficult to not turn left, you know. But you know, people do sort of do U-turns and the likes if they're allowed. So I think it's certainly a betterment. It doesn't fully solve the problem. I think it's not on balance. We've said we feel it won't have severe impact on the highway network, and subsequently we haven't objected to it. I think as far as parking goes, it produces, as far as sort of hot food takeaway type establishments are concerned, it provides quite a bit of parking, probably more than it needs according to the assessment. Service vehicles can be accommodated within the site without having to reverse to and from. So in some respects, it's better than most hot food takeaway sites would be, although its location is on a busy junction. I think that sort of summarises how we've looked at it and the view we've taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to add, obviously, this would be reusing a vacant brownfield site, which is a positive of the scheme, and it's a local company, which is another positive. It has set out in the application that they would be about 30% collection, 65% delivery, the remainder being drive-in pass-by trips. I think another option for members is that we go back and defer it, and then we talk to the applicant again about the access arrangements and look into the possibility of closing one access. We'd have to have those discussions with the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come back on what I said previously in view of what Kate has just said? I would like to move deferral of this so that further discussions could take place to see what alterations could be made to the plan along the lines that she has mentioned, so that we minimise as far as possible the conflicting movements and potential dangers that I think still exist in the plan that we have before us. Clearly, I doubt that we can remove all the dangers, but if for example, we were to say this site should be used only for delivery purposes, no takeaways, no passing trade, then that would help, I think, to eliminate some of the dangers that I and other members have identified. At least if we defer it, these issues can then be discussed and see how feasible they actually are. Because clearly, from all that's been said on behalf of the applicants, what they're trying to do is actually very good, and I think to be supported. But personally, I want this to happen in as safe an environment as possible, and I would wish they had the circumstances in which to have a successful business. But I don't think we've got there yet. Okay.
Chair, committee, I've just had a word with the applicant. I mean, they would be willing to shut off the Wakefield Road exit. But going to deliveries only, I'm afraid, would make the business completely unviable. It just wouldn't get off the ground, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Chair. It's just thrown me with what's just been said about blocking the road off. I was quite happy to second deferring this until we had further information and from what the councillor, from what the officer said previously. So I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that the applicants would consider blocking off the Wakefield Road exit. I still have got some concerns, though, about one or two at peak times. I think Chris said it was 1 or 2 additional cars or whatever a minute. I mean, they are more than likely are be going down Waterloo Road and trying to turn right onto the site. And how long does it take for the queue at the traffic lights to change? I mean, a minute or two? I mean, that extra car each time there's a change of lights trying to turn into the site will cause enormous, well, there's a potential for congestion to be even worse than it is at this junction. I mean, I would still recommend deferral so that we can look at the highways issues a bit more, especially, you know, what difference does it make then if we close that exit on the Wakefield Road, because then everything will be coming out onto the Waterloo Road, which is safer, but again, that adds to congestion. So I do think we still need to look at this on highways grounds. So I'm still, I'm happy to go with deferral on the grounds of having a further look at the highways issues, and possibly some of the arrangements within the forecourt for parking, because it really doesn't seem like there's an awful lot of space there for people to be coming in, turning around, parking up, delivery vans, delivery bikes, or whatever it might be as well. It could be very busy because it is. It's a you know, I would support the company and what they're trying to do. I think that is great, but this site does have issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to say some of that, but I think we still need to defer it because I don't think that just closing off the Wakefield Road exit will deal with all the issues. I mean, the example that both Councillor Patterson and I have highlighted of people coming down the slip road and then wanting to cross traffic to get into the site could well cause backups back onto the main road. So we need to work out what all the implications are, I think. But my move to defer it, I think, still stands.
Yeah, I also think we need to defer it, but I was just going to say perhaps we could also look at the hours of use as well. I mean, I'm not sure how many people get takeaway for breakfast, 7 a.m. in the morning. I don't know how popular that is. I've always thought of, takeaways sort of being tea time onwards sort of thing. Obviously depending on the food, so I'm just wondering if they could perhaps just have a look at their hours and maybe, I don't know, open up later in the day, which would take out that peak time in the morning sort of thing. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I think whatever we do, either we close the right turn on there, it still create more traffic on this busy junction. However, if members feel, it's better to defer this item to talk about more highway issues on there, so I withdraw my movement to refuse the application. Thank you.
Strong feeling is then to defer it on highways and hours. David?
Okay, Chair, thank you. I can just summarise that, Chair, if you wish. If members defer this item, it would be to look at highways issues in the round, particularly options with closing Wakefield Road and arrangements within the forecourt of the premises, particularly with traffic movement and traffic movements in and around the site. And the second issue was hours of use that we could discuss with the applicants and look at the potential of shortening of those with advice from environmental protection.
I'd love to, but we can't. has been moved and seconded for deferral for the reasons outlined by David, so we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Lyons.
For.
Councillor Socko. Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Right. Next item, page 133. This is land off Chain Road at Slough. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's doing it. So it's Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Are you ready for me? Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Katie Chu, the Case Officer for Planning Application 2021/92465 for the change of use of agricultural land. Oh, sorry.
Just a minute, Katie. Two members have gone walkabouts.
No worries.
Right, Katie. Everybody's here now. We've found them. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Katie Chu, the Case Officer for Planning Application 2021/92465. This is for the change of use of agricultural land to private dog exercise facility at land south of Chain Road, Slough. The application seeks a simple change of use alongside the retention of the existing boundary fence with no other operational development proposed. It is also important to note the site has been up and running as a dog exercise facility for a number of months under the name of Marsden Mutts. Therefore, this application is for retrospective planning approval. Next slide, please. The application site measures 0.9 hectares in size and is accessed to the south off of Meltham Road by a gated entrance. The site benefits from a lay-by to the north, although this is outside of the ownership of the applicant, and a hard standing area within the site which provides some parking for visitors. The site lies in a rural location with open fields to the east, south and west. To the north is Chain Farm and a number of residential properties. Of these dwellings, a number of the terrace properties located to the northeast are Grade 2 listed buildings. Any impact arising from the proposals on these buildings will be discussed later on in the presentation. The application site is unallocated in the local plan but is located within the Greenbelt. Therefore, it would fall to be assessed by Chapter 13 of the NPPF. Paragraph 150 of the NPPF states that material changes in the use of land can be deemed as being appropriate in the Greenbelt as long as they do not impact on the openness or conflict with the purpose of including land within it. Officers consider the proposals to be acceptable in principle and, given the nature of the proposed use, would allow land to remain open and therefore retain the character of the existing field. However, openness is not just judged on the visual aspect but also spatial. An assessment of this will be discussed in more detail later. We have received a number of representations on this application with 79 comments in support and 2 in objection. Looking at the objections submitted, concerns typically relate to overlooking, noise, access, parking and visibility. Next slide, please. Looking at the highway issues first, the Council Highways officers were consulted on the proposals and did request that a swept path analysis be provided by the applicant to ensure that vehicles entering and exiting the site could do so in forward gear. As you can see, a swept path analysis was presented and it demonstrated internal turning within the site and outlined 2 parking spaces for visitors. Highway officers deemed this to be sufficient for the use of the site and therefore raised no objections. Next slide, please. These are just some photographs within the site looking to both the east and west. Looking at the concerns raised in respect to noise, the Council's Environmental Health team were consulted on the proposals and raised no objections but did recommend conditions be attached in relation to no external lighting being installed within the site. They also sought to restrict the opening hours to 7 AM till 10 PM Monday to Sunday, with a maximum of 10 dogs allowed on site at any time. Officers consider these conditions to be sufficient to mitigate against any potential noise or light pollution. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the proposals are considered to be acceptable in principle, although the spatial impact does need to be assessed. In this instance, any spatial impact would relate to the existing chicken wire fencing, which has been erected along the boundaries of the site. You should just be able to see it on the left of the photograph and to the north. This fencing is deemed to be lightweight and of a similar style to adjacent types of fencing found throughout the immediate area. It is therefore deemed that this change would not have a harmful impact on the openness of the Greenbelt, and it is noted that to the front of the site towards the gated entrance, there has been more modern pressure-treated timber fencing erected. With this fencing is considered to appear incongruous in this location and detract from the openness of the Greenbelt. It was therefore discussed with the applicant that if planning permission was granted, it would be reasonable to attach a condition which requires the applicant to replace this portion of fencing with chicken wire fencing to match the rest of the site. The applicant has deemed this to be acceptable and it's considered this would help to provide a more sympathetic appearance, which is reflective of the area in which the site is located. Finally, looking at the concerns raised by objectors in respect to overlooking, from looking at this photo, there's a large drop to the west of the site. This also happens to the north, down towards the entrance gate. This drop does provide a sloped walk up into the site, and whilst walking up this slope, views can be had across to adjacent properties with a separation distance of approximately 10 metres. However, given the nature of the site and the use of the dog exercise facility, it is not considered typical that dog walkers would stand at the northern boundary of the site for a prolonged period. It is likely they would walk around the field and up to the top of the site towards the southern boundary, where there is a separation distance of around 84 metres to these adjacent neighbouring properties. Next slide, please. Up at the top of the site, the land begins to level out, providing a much better walking experience for visitors. Next slide. At the top, there is also a wooden picnic bench and small agility course which is provided for visitors and their dogs. It is therefore considered more likely they would spend the majority of their time in the southern portion of the site where the separation distances to adjacent properties are greater. Moving on to other matters, given the use, it is likely there will be a sizable amount of dog waste at the site. A bin is provided adjacent to the entrance gate, and within the submitted planning support statement, it is noted that the business is entering into a contract with a professional specialised service provider who would remove the dog waste from the facility and provide a bin receptacle. We deem this to be acceptable, but do require further details to be submitted for assessment, and therefore recommend a condition be attached requesting the submission of this information. To accord with local planning policy LP30, the applicant has also submitted an ecological impact assessment. This seeks to provide enhancement measures in the form of planting of 5 tree saplings. The council are agreeable to these proposals, but do recommend that a condition be attached requiring the applicant to submit a scheme for details for these ecological enhancements to ensure the location, species and maintenance of the saplings is appropriate. Finally, as highlighted earlier, there are a number of Grade 2 listed buildings to the north east of the site. The Council's Conservation and Design Officer were consulted on the proposals, but raised no objections as the proposed change of use would have no direct or indirect impact on the experience or appreciation of these listed buildings. Consequently, the fabric, character and setting of the listed buildings will also be unaffected by the proposals. Given this assessment, officers consider the overall proposals to be acceptable and therefore give a recommendation for approval subject to the discussed conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Katie. No speakers? No. What? Oh. Oh, we have Alan Senior.
Oh, sorry, that's it. I've crossed it off, but it was on the
I've got that one down at Murfield one. Right, Alan Senior.
Is there a speaker? Is a speaker? Sorry.
Hello members, I am Alan Senior and I am the landowner and applicant. I wanted to say first that I did not realise that this would need a formal planning application for a change of use. As soon as we were informed of this, we immediately commissioned assistants to put together a formal planning application, which even though this could not really be described as a megabuck business, we have spent a great deal of money on assistance, advice, surveys and reporting on this application. We have made sure that we worked extensively with the council, which has resulted in the thorough report that is before you. I want to assure you there are no buildings, floodlights and that kind of thing as part of this proposal. This is about getting a change of use on a redundant field to provide a facility for dog owners who want to walk their dogs safely, securely and quietly. Nothing more. It really is that simple. There are 2 types of people in this world, those with dogs and those without. Those with love their dogs and they want to be able to give them the exercise that they need. Sometimes a secure location is the only way of safely doing that. There have been 86 responses to this application. The very vast majority have been enthusiastically supporting the proposal, identifying the need for the facility. Unfortunately, immediate local neighbours appear to be the only real dissenting voice. We have been in dispute with that neighbour on a separate matter, and we have unfortunately had to get the police involved. The police have subsequently issued a yellow letter on those people, which is a precursor to an ASBO against those people. And yes, we can get the paperwork if you require it. These appear to be the only real dissenting voice that seem to be underpinned by a separate motive, and I ask you to consider the weight of that dissenting voice accordingly. We live straight opposite the site and are therefore able to manage things closely. This is very much a lifestyle business as dog lovers, but happen to have a field which other people with dogs can use safely and securely. I hope that, like the overwhelming majority of representatives, you will support the officer recommendation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm one of the ward councillors for this area, and to be honest, I don't live very far from it. I only live just slightly down the road. I've nothing against this in principle, and I think a secure area for dogs is quite good, especially if you've got a dog with recall problems. And believe me, I know about that at the moment. So somewhere secure to walk a dog actually isn't a bad thing, even though there's plenty of moorland and other places, you know, if your dog hasn't got recall problems. I do, though, have some concerns, and it is mainly to do with the road. There's been a mention of cars reversing out onto that road. That road is a national speed limit, is that bit. It's a fast road. To be honest, in some places it's quite dangerous. We've had several accidents on that road, including ending up with cars on the roof and all sorts. And to be honest, that is my main concern. It's because people aren't going to walk the dogs to walk the dogs, if you get what I mean. They're not going to use bicycles. There isn't a bus route. That they may be said. It does say here about there are a number of bus stops adjacent. But there might be bus stops, but there isn't a bus route. You know, the only one that goes up there is the school bus. So I'm just wondering if something could be done around the highway side of it to make sure that cars aren't reversing out. They're also not parked in that lay-by, because I think that could get quite pulled up really quickly. So like I said, that is my concern, and I'll just listen to what others have got to say from that. Otherwise, in principle, I've nothing against it.
I'm going to say I once tried taking my German Shepherd for a walk on a bicycle. He kept falling off. Bloody thing. Right, I'll take Terry first and then Sandra.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I need to say this or not, but I will, because I'm erring on the side of caution here. We had dog kennels that were in the ward off a road in our ward, and they got houses built there, or have done, Greenfield Road. They got permission. I'm just wanting to make 100% certain that we've got in there that the condition that nothing can be built on there. That's just. But I'm not accusing and saying that is the case. But I would need that rider in there. Thank you.
Legal Officer Sandra Haig, just a comment, Chair, through you. Members should obviously disregard the comments about the neighbour and the ASBO. That's not a material planning consideration, so you just disregard that and focus on the material considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if I'm right in thinking that they said that there was up to 10 dogs allowed. So could that mean 10 owners, 10 cars? And if so, are they going to leave the dogs and go away in the car? Because there isn't the facility for 10 cars, I don't believe. So that was one thing. And the other was on the back of what Councillor Lyons said, reference to the change of use. I'm not clear if somebody could enlighten me. Reference to change of use from Greenbelt to whatever this would be. Could we make it a condition that it change back, if needs be, to Greenbelt if the business stopped? I'm just slightly concerned that it could be first steps into further applications for change of use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of points. Just on Councillor Bellamy's point, I know what she means about the access. I mean, it's an existing field access to a field. It has, well, people are referring to it as a lay-by. I suppose the gates are set back sufficiently so you can actually pull off of the road without obstructing the highway to open the gate. And this was the reason we asked for. We were concerned about reversing in and out of that site, and we've asked for, which I think was shown on one of the slides, that it does provide parking for 2 vehicles and internal turning. Now, I think it's getting back to Councillor Thompson's point. My understanding of these facilities, and I've been at one with my daughter who's got dogs, is that you book it for, say, an hour or half an hour, however long, but it's only booked to one person. How many dogs that one person has? It sounds like there's a limit of 10 on this particular one, but there isn't 10 different people, if you know what I mean. There is one person who books it for their dogs, and usually they're using where they want to have the dogs running free and they don't want to interfere with other people's dogs. 2 parking spaces, I would say, is required because there is an overlap period. You know, you used to get there 5 or 10 minutes before your slot, so you're not wasting your hour of booking the thing. So there's a need for 2 spaces, I think, because one person will be using it any 1 hour or half hour, but there will be a time when you need to change over, and so you need 2 spaces. I mean, the applicant could probably confirm that.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back on the change of use point. So the change of use to a dog walking field, it would be what we call a sui generis use. So it's outside of any use class. So any other change would automatically need planning permission. There's no operational development here, apart from the fencing going around the field. They're not proposing any buildings. Any operational development, such as buildings, outbuildings, would require a separate planning permission, so it's controlled in that way. So essentially you're looking at this. If they left the site, it would still be a field. So anything else would need planning permission. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering, can we have confirmation from the owner that it will only be 2 cars and not 10, you know, at a time?
That is correct. We stipulate on the website 2 cars only.
Nobody's moved it and nobody's seconded it. Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Terry Lyons. Right, we'll go for a vote.
So you're voting on the officer recommendation to delegate approval. Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Lyons?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
For.
Councillor Patterson?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Hall?
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Right. Final item. Page 145. And this is one of the site visits that we went to have a look at this morning, seeing as we were over in sunny North Kirklees. So this is off Unsworth Lane, Cleckheaton. And it's there's no decision. See if just for the statement to tell us where we are. Adam.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, members. Adam Walker, Senior Planning Officer. Officers have brought this position statement to Strategic Committee to set out the details of the proposal and the main planning issues prior to the application coming forward for determination at a future committee meeting. Members will note that the report poses a series of questions, and officers will be grateful for members' views in relation to these. This will help and inform ongoing consideration of the application and discussions between officers and the applicant. Members' discussion relating to this position statement would not predetermine the application and would not create concerns regarding a potential challenge to a subsequent decision on the application made at a later date by the committee. The position statement does not include a formal recommendation for determination. The application is a resubmission of a scheme that was refused by the committee in April this year. That application was for 267 dwellings, and there were 2 elements to the reason for refusal. The first was that the proposed mix of housing was considered to be overly dominated by large detached dwellings, which failed to deliver a sufficient mix of housing suitable for different household types. The second element was that the applicant had not adequately demonstrated that the important hedgerow within the site could be translocated elsewhere within the site without unduly prejudicing its ability to survive. You can see the hedgerow on that aerial photograph, which is to the southwest of Merchants Fields Farm. Members visited the site this morning and will have seen that the site consists of a series of fields. There is existing residential development towards the north and southern boundaries and some commercial development to the southwest. There are public rights-of-way on 2 sides of the site and a private access road off Kilroy Drive that serves a handful of dwellings at Merchant Fields Farm. There is a watercourse that lies just beyond the northeastern boundary. The site is allocated for housing in the local plan, as identified on this image, which is the site edged in red with orange for the housing allocation. It comprises of a single allocation which has an indicative capacity of 413 dwellings. The image identifies the greenbelt land that exists to the east, shown in green, and an employment area in purple. The current application, which you can see on this layout plan, is for 284 dwellings. The fundamental difference between the previous and current applications is the 17 additional dwellings to increase the amount of 2- and 3-bed properties and a slight reduction in the number of 4-bed detached properties. These changes have been achieved by modifying elements of the previous layout and extending the built development closer to the southeastern site boundaries, which is at the bottom of that picture, and there's also just 3 extra houses towards the top right. The hedgerow that is classed as important under the hedgerow regulations is proposed to be translocated to the same part of the site as the previous application, which again is towards the bottom of the layout plan. And the applicant has provided additional supporting information in relation to the methodology for the translocation. The layout retains the 2 separate points of access which were proposed under the previous application, with a new access to be formed off Hunsworth Lane and an extension to Kilroy Drive. The layout largely retains the areas of open space and connections to the public right-of-way network that were a positive feature of the previous scheme. These CGI images give an impression of what the site would look like. This image is a view from the open space to the northeastern corner, where a public right-of-way passes through the site. This image shows part of the development as viewed from the southwest, where there is another public right-of-way that runs along the site boundary. And the final image shows the development close to the proposed site entrance off Kilroy Drive. The starting point for the assessment of the current application is the previously refused scheme, and the applicant has sought to respond to the reason for refusal within the current submission. The key issues are therefore the housing mix and the important hedgerow. The housing mix has been diversified, with the proportion of 2- and 3-bed dwellings increased from around 20% to just over 25%. The increase in the quantum of development also provides a slightly more efficient use of valuable housing land, which would add to the Council's housing delivery targets. Officers will be grateful for members' comments in relation to the revised density and housing mix. As discussed in the report, officers are satisfied that the changes that have been made to the site layout maintain acceptable separation distances to neighbouring properties, which are all in line with the House Builders Design Guide SPD. Turning to the important hedgerow, it is proposed to translocate this to the same part of the site as the previous scheme. At this point, I'll bring in the tree officer, Nick Goddard, to discuss this issue in more detail, and after that, the Council's ecologist, Amy Reddick, will comment on ecological issues.
Hello, I'm Nick Goddard, the Arboricultural Officer. So, looking at the revised sort of information that's submitted, it gives a very clear sort of description of how they're going to do it, details the coppicing that's already been done and the trenching to create a new root ball, which is the right way to go about restricting the root growth of the hedgerow, so that when you do translocate it, you're taking all the roots needed for the trees to survive. It's in line with sort of industry sort of best practice for this sort of thing. It's been done on other sites, and I think they give examples of that in their revised report. I've also got experience of that on other sites as well, where that's happened, and come across a site where the Ministry of Defence, I think, translocated several hundred metres of hedgerow using very similar methods, with near 85% success rate in the actual taking of the hedgerow plants. The process as described means that you're actually retaining not just the hedgerow plants themselves, which in theory can be replaced with new trees, but you're retaining the actual existing hedgerow mix, the seed bank, the soil that actually comes with it, which includes what makes up an important hedgerow, the woody plants of the hedgerow, but also the hedgerow species, a herb layer beneath that. So by translocating it, you are retaining all of that. It is important to know that the hedgerow is considered important because of its species mix and its diversity of species, not because of its location. So by moving it, you will retain that important characteristic of the hedgerow. Yeah. Just checking that I've covered what I wanted to cover, but I'm available for any questions afterwards. I don't know if you want to go back to Chair.
Yeah, for Amy Reddick could comment now, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just turn my video on. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Amy Reddick. I'm the Biodiversity Officer in the Planning Department at Kirklees Council. I'll just provide some context on the ecological matters in relation to the hedgerow. So total removal of the hedgerow was considered unacceptable from an ecological perspective due to its importance under the hedgerow regulations and as a hedgerow of district importance within Kirklees. However, under the mitigation hierarchy, which is applied within local policy, if the first principle, avoidance of direct impacts to the hedgerow, was applied, this would mean retaining the hedgerow in its current position post-development. Given the site layout and the constraints on the site, the land adjacent to the hedge would likely need to be developed in order to incorporate the new dwellings. And this would result in the hedgerow being included within the residential Kirklees of new gardens, and that would make the maintenance difficult for the future. There's also likely to be dissection by new roads, which would cause the hedgerow to be severed in several places, and also the risk of inappropriate lighting, which would reduce its value further to key species such as bats. Combined, it's considered that this would lead to deterioration of the condition and that the hedge would provide limited ecological value in this scenario. Therefore, the best option put forward was to translocate the hedgerow, particularly given its previous management regime. And this will ensure that a continuous length of double hedgerow is retained on site, providing an effective corridor around the boundary of the site. As the hedge will be located within an area of open space on the site, the future management can be closely controlled to ensure that the hedge is maintained in good condition for a minimum of 30 years. I was just going to touch on some aspects other than the hedgerow, which was that the site also needs to deliver a 10% net gain for biodiversity overall, in accordance with local plan policy and Kirklees guidance. Although we're still waiting for final biodiversity net calculations using the metric based on the current layout. Based on the previous application, it's anticipated there will still be a residual net loss of biodiversity units from the site. However, as the applicant has already incorporated a range of on-site ecological measures, including woodland planting, wildflower meadows, and a natural swale feature, it's considered appropriate to look for the remainder off-site to ensure that they are meeting that 10% net gain for biodiversity. By providing the remaining biodiversity units to get an uplift at an off-site location, we can ensure that this will be located strategically and have a greater ecological benefit for the district. In order to do this, the applicant will be providing a commuted sum to the council to facilitate biodiversity improvement on council-owned land. So that's similar how we do open space payments at the moment. And the funds will be used to create or enhance habitats similar or better than what is being lost from the development site. The funds received will be directed as close in proximity to the development as possible. However, at present, this exact location has not been determined. If councillors would like any further information on how biodiversity net gain is measured and offset, then I'm here to answer any questions, or I can direct them to the biodiversity technical advice note, which was approved at Cabinet earlier this year. Taking into consideration all of the ecological mitigation and enhancement into account, officers consider that the proposal is in accordance with local plan policy and that mitigation hierarchy has been applied. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Officers will be grateful for members' comments in relation to the important hedgerow as part of this position statement. In terms of some of the other issues, members will note from the agenda update that there is no objection from the Coal Authority following the submission of additional information from the applicant. This was in respect of the mine shaft close to the proposed new access off Hunsworth Lane. Highway matters are addressed in detail within the report, but in summary, Highways Development Management raised no objection in principle. The transport assessment that's been submitted is based on 310 dwellings, so represents a robust assessment of traffic impact of the development. The cumulative impact of traffic generated would not have a severe impact on the operation of the local highway network, although off-site highway improvements are considered necessary to help mitigate the impact. These involve a contribution towards replacement signals at the Whitehall Road, Hunsworth Lane junction, and a contribution for the installation of Bluetooth journey time monitoring equipment at the junction of Bradford Road, Hunsworth Lane and Whitechapel Road. Members will also note that the applicant has now provided an up-to-date flood risk assessment, and this is being assessed by Kirklees Lead Local Flood Authority. Officers would also welcome comments from members in relation to these other issues or any other matters relevant to planning. A summary of the questions that officers have posed within the position statement is provided at the end of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Very helpfully, the officers have put these questions at the end, and I will go through them one by one. First of all, though, I have to point out that the site is called Merchant Fields, not Merchant's Field. It very often happens, this sort of thing, but the merchants are plural, not the field. Right. The revised layout. The driver for this was the fact that there were too many, in our opinion, detached houses. And in my view, there are still too many detached houses. If, as I pointed out on site this morning, we were driving along the access road to the farm itself, and you can see quite clearly the rows of terraced houses on Kilroyd Avenue. That is quite a considerable presence in that area, and it seems to me that to have a preponderance of detached houses when surrounding the site, there are terraced houses and semi-detached either houses or bungalows, is flying in the face of the local vernacular, if I can put it that way. Unfortunately, of course, if you reduce the number of detached houses and increase the numbers of others, that tends to increase the numbers of houses overall. Now, I suppose the trick would be to not to do one without the other, to have a greater variety of houses, but not increase the number. But I will leave it at that at this stage. The hedgerow. I have one big question about this, and that is, if you move what is a hedgerow that is considered important, does it become less important when you've moved it? There might not be an easy answer to that question, but I'd like officers to try and give some sort of answer, because it seems to me there could be the danger that you're devaluing what you've got. I also need to ask, where is it actually going? Because I was looking at the possible sites for relocation. The site along the southern boundary of the site seems the most likely, because that's the only bit of land that you would fit it all in. If one were to use the site in the northeast corner, then you would have to split it up into clumps in order to fit it all in there. But I'm not sure whether that's where it's intended to go. A subsidiary question would be, does having translocated it, does it still have to be a hedgerow, or could you put the constituent parts of it in anywhere you like? No, not anywhere you like, but does it have to go as a hedgerow, or could it be anything else? Sorry, I'd just like to go back to the thing about layouts. I noticed on this plan in the top right hand corner, sorry, northeast, there are some extra houses, but also there's a road which meets not exactly end on the end of Maysbrook Avenue, which has got a stub end, and I'm a little bit worried that if you've got two roads that appear to nearly meet each other, that somebody in the future might think it's a good idea to join them up, and I'm not sure that we should give anybody the opportunity to even consider that and not have that sort of arrangement in the plan. Access and highways, access, yes. I'm still not sure about the Hunsworth Lane access, and indeed think that should, if possible, be constructed first, so that it can be used as the access for construction traffic rather than use Kilroy Drive. I note from the report that nearly all the junctions, apart from the two new ones, the two giving access to the site, there are traffic issues, traffic capacity issues. But I would also like to know about the Bradford Road, Whitechapel Road / Hunsworth Lane junction, which will also be affected by other developments in the vicinity. If apportionments of cost of doing something about these junctions, are being made between the different development sites. Coal mining issues, well, I think that seems to have been sorted, and also the flood risk and so on. There are mitigations, and one of those is being considered at the moment, so we can't really make a definitive sort of judgment on that. I think I'll shut up now and let other people have a go.
I'm almost certain that a development that we had before us, maybe last year, had the same problem of a hedgerow across the field, and I'm sure the applicant rejigged the design. I'm not 100% sure, unless I'm thinking about this from some time ago. No, Bill's you, Andrew. It is an issue I have, a moving this edge, but if it can be done, it can be done. The other thing what I want to ask is, this morning, when we went down the farm drive, backed up for a minute just to have a different view, we noticed a rather large galvanised fence that had been erected, which stretched for some distance. It looked extremely substantial, and I wondered what that was about. It was Carol that noticed it first. I wonder if you can throw any light on that.
Through you, Chair. I understand the applicant has installed some fencing for insurance reasons. The applicant is actually here, so if you want to ask him, then he may be able to shed some more light on it.
This is one of those pointy fences that looks as though it's galvanised metal.
It is, Chair. It's we've had to put fencing up crossing the site to ensure that we can get a continued period of no trespassing or anything like that. It's for our insurance purposes. When we go through our JD and construction insurance purposes, we have to ensure that there's been no off-shooting from the public right-of-way. So that's the purpose for that fence, and that's no other reason for it. It's just to control and ensure that the users of the public right-of-way are not trespassing, and it just prolongs that period. Thank you, Chair. Is that all right?
I wish we had the money to spend on fencing like that. I mean, do you want to donate it to the council? Now, I just wanted to, it's a highway issue. The Handsworth Lane exit, I would like to see some more assurance anyway in terms of sight lines on that that road, or that exit onto that road. It looked, there was a, as we went past it, there was a bend behind us and a bend in front of us, and it looked to me certainly that sort of right turns would be difficult, either going out of the site or turning into the site. So that's my only comment. Oh, sorry, no, the only other thing I was going to say was about the mix of houses. I mean, I don't unfortunately share Councillor Pinnock's view that we should continue with the vernacular, because we would all be living in mud huts probably if that was... No, but we need a mixed economy of housing. So I'm not... I wouldn't want to see a whole... you know, totally terraced housing on that site anyway.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point on the mix of housing. I would agree that we don't want all terrace, but it always seems to be in favour of the developer as far as the 4 or 5 bedroomed properties that they can fetch in excess of 400,000 rather than affordable housing. I mean, for all intents and purposes, some of these detached houses are really terraced houses divided by 1.5 metres. So I would, if there is a housing shortage, surely there isn't a 4 or 5 bedroom house shortage. So I would like to see a better mix in favour of the housing shortage rather than the developer. So that was one thing. I put down here cost and failure, reference to the hedgerow. I remember last month, I think we were at Huddersfield Royal Infirmary at the A&E development, and I asked a question about moving some of the not too substantial trees rather than destroying them. And I think the answer to the question was, well, A, it will cost too much, and B, there's quite a high failure rate as far as moving these. So I'm just wondering whether it's the same. I know there was some of the answers there as far as moving them at 85%. But I'm just wondering if that's an accurate figure or a wish number as far as 85%, because it would be a shame to destroy more than 15% of the hedgerow if that's the case. And the third was, there has been mention of the Handsworth Lane access. I travel down that road every day, morning, noon and night. I go down that road, and it is a cut through for quite a lot of people from Cleckheaton up into Birkenshaw, and even a motorway access, getting to the motorway when there's congestion on Chain Bar. So, and it's on the corner as well. I can't believe that it's not going to be a problem. You know, when you put 238 houses, is it, times the factor of how many cars will be going in and out of there, to use an ingress and egress onto a corner of a busy junction. I'm not sure that it's the brightest place to put a road like that into an estate. So that's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thank you.
Donna.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mark's actually covered my hedgerow question. The other one I have a bit of a concern with is trees. There's a mention here of putting trees in front gardens, but then they won't be in the garden because they'll be out of the curtilage and would be controlled by a management company. But the thing is, if you put a tree even at the end of somebody's front garden, it can get out of hand and you're going to lose your light. So I'm not too sure on how that would work. So I do have a bit of a concern there. And plus, obviously, all of a sudden it's out of their curtilage, you're shrinking the gardens. So I'm not sure whether that's the answer. And the only other thing is that I picked up on would be, are Metro cards really a useful thing? Is there actually a bus service that goes near it, or are we on one of these where they're in any buses. That's it.
Yeah, Chair, very quickly, with regard to open spaces, we haven't got in the report the size of the open spaces, because the increase of number of those mixed houses, the developer might reduce the size of the open spaces to accommodate extra houses. Is there any size of those open spaces within the estate?
Through you, Chair, the open spaces are as they're shown on the plan. They would be retained and maintained and protected as open space for the development. If there was to be any building on those areas, that would require a separate planning permission.
Can I just come back on the point about Metro cards, because ironically there isn't a frequent bus service on Whitehall Road, which would be the sort of obvious place to have it, because it gives access to Leeds. There are no buses. Well, there's one a day. Ironically, a development of a site like this of that size would probably increase the pool of people who might want to use a bus service, so it might then become viable. The nearest useful bus stop is down at Moor End Crossroads, where you can get a frequent service to Bradford and into Cleckheaton and to Dewsbury in the other direction. So I mean, Metro cards it's a good tool, but it's a chicken and egg as well. So that isn't. I mean, I'm arguing against myself in a way on that one. But I think we've had a valuable discussion about this, despite my previous scepticism. So.
One thing I did read at dinner time, I've just been trying to find it now, and as usual, when you want it, you can't find it. That there's an application coming at Cherwell, Morley at Leeds, and lo and behold, they've got bungalows in it. An application which is very, very rare.
Those in Cleckheaton, believe it or not.
David.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, and it was a point this morning from the site visit, that the translocation of the hedgerow is to the southwest of the boundary as shown on the plan rather than the northeastern. We did think it was on the northeastern, but we just reorientated now. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as I was here, I'm not usually at the Strategic Committee, I wanted to come back with some answers on about the importance of the hedgerow and how that value can be retained or lost as it moves. So the hedgerow regulations measures the importance based on its location in arable fields, and it's then based on certain criteria. So in this case, it's the woody species criteria that it meets. So if it's translocated as one and kept together, it's actually maintaining that value in terms of the regulations. Keeping it in the site but putting it up against houses means it becomes part of the housing hedgerow, and so then it falls outside of the hedgerow regulations because it's no longer either on open space or hedgerow or arable fields. So it does maintain that importance under the regulations better. There's other elements such as seed bank. The parallel hedge is one thing, but keeping the parallel hedge is kind of by moving it to the southwestern boundary, you're putting it next to a public right of way, which is another factor that gives it a value of importance under the regulations because of the way animals use the public rights of way. We're not using it, and so on. So it's all about creating that diversity and connectivity. So that was what I wanted to explain about the importance. Keeping it as in one, it shouldn't be split up into different parts. Keeping it in one long line along the boundary is probably the best solution you could come out with. Breaking it up into different bits would definitely separate it down and make it of lesser importance. I was going to answer as well, I don't know if you'd like me to, but briefly about the difference between translocating trees and hedges. Translocating trees, they're much, if a tree was only 1 metre high, it would be as simple to move as a hedgerow. Because they're so much taller, they have a different root system, and you can't make that root system smaller by trenching around it, essentially forcing it to redevelop a smaller root system. In doing that, to translocate the hedge, you're making it easier to move and then survive, whereas a tree, it needs that wider root system because it's so much bigger canopy area. So there is a difference between the two. I hope that's helped. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, whilst I'm here, do you want me to? I can answer some of the councillors' questions if they feel that beneficial whilst I'm still here. If that's all right, I'll only take a couple more minutes. It's primarily answering a couple of Councillor Pinnock's and Councillor Thomas and Councillor Bellaway's queries just regarding the housing mix. There was 17 more units in total for the 284 scheme, 10 more 2 beds, 11 more 3 beds and 4 less 4 beds. There's no 5 beds proposed for the scheme. Moving to Councillor Pinnock's question about why the 2 roads were lining up down at Maysbrook Avenue. There's no connection or any future connection point or anything like that. That's down towards, there's an existing surface water easement that runs along there, so we're having to maintain in line with that and ensuring we're not impacting the easement alongside that. And then just following up the presentation from the tree officer and the biodiversity officer's comments, Aaron are totally committed to the relocation of this hedgerow. It does have an 85% success rate. We've taken on board another biodiversity and ecological consultant to look at this hedgerow, who've got a historic track record of relocating hedgerows using their consultant, so they've got physical hands-on experience of actually using the right equipment and making sure that we can get all the ground soil, the seed bank, that's all the vital important pieces to that. We're also committed to the future maintenance to it, so where it does fail in locations, we will ensure that it's replanted within that 1 calendar year of it noted it being failed. We've got a certain number of years that we'll be then maintaining it prior to it handing over to a management company, where again, it'll that continued maintenance of the physical hedgerow itself and ensuring that all that seed bank and all the goodness that we're bringing with it is continued to be a benefit to the area. I think I picked up on most of the points, so thank you for that, Chair.
See you next month.